not to immediately hit y'all with TMI right out the gate, but I have taken the first shower in maybe a week, maybe 2 weeks. You know what, that's not legally fair. I have taken a shower within the last 2 weeks. I have taken the first bath in an extended period of time, and I am potentially the cleanest boy to ever be. Hey everybody. This week's been wacky. Which I say wacky, it's been boring by every other metric. And so this is something that like I've never I try to avoid talking to you guys about the boring stuff, right? The things that are like the behind the scenes maintenance kind of things, because for the most part, like, it's not very good content and people aren't very interested in that sort of thing, right? Like looking at the metrics, all of that jazz. We like try to avoid doing that, except for we've done it on Demised After Dark a couple of times, and actively during the Monster Hunter segment I've talked about sort of Monster Hunter's metrics. But y'all, there is something especially painful when like you do your like, this is my announcer voice and this is how I talk when I am doing a presentation. I add inflection in order to add emphasis. And then fucking TikTok is like, you talk too slow. Talk 16% faster. Fucking, what? Fucking, how fast do you want me to talk? What? Anyways, the moral of the story is I need to learn how to talk more and quicker because I talk too slow for content creation. Smile. You thought it was fine? Oh no, that the version that everybody saw is the 16% faster than my normal speaking voice. It's beside, like, TikTok did not actually tell this to me. TikTok doesn't know I exist. I could be a pimple on the rat's ass of the giant parasite that is TikTok, right? But I was like looking at a lot of like metrics based off of just like generally speaking the like this is gonna sound psychopathic, like the like average attention span of a TikTok user and the amount of time that it takes in order for someone to click off of a video. And then I was comparing and contrasting that to the length of my original TikTok. The point, this is the reason why I don't talk to you people about content creation, is because to you, this sounds, oh, hee hee ho ho, that's so silly, why are you doing that? But like, this is my entire thing, so. Basically, TikTok is saying to talk normally. Oh, I feel it. I feel the anger. I feel it surging from within me. This is the real reason why I don't talk about content creation strategies. It's good to see you guys. Specifically, it's good to see you. Mesphia, Clariathan, Battle Benoit, hello, hello. Enderfriend, hey, hey. JR, good to see you. I'm sorry, JR, we're still not doing Variant or Criterion Dungeon. And I think that's everybody. Hello, it's good to see you guys. You give it 5 seconds, yeah. It's informative to you. I'm glad there is somebody out there who is genuinely being able to do anything with it, because oh boy, I am non-stop screaming and railing all the time. But that's besides the point. That's assuming that I have the excess of time to actually sit down and work on it. I was saying yesterday that like I was really stressed out making it. And a part of the reason why I was really stressed out making it is because of the number of interruptions that it took. Like that is literally a minute and 1 second. A minute and 1 second, if you go based off of like rule of thumb video editing, which like is very subjective, and like it depends on how big your team is, how many assets you already have pre-rendered, the whole 9 yards. But like supposedly professional like videographers and stuff say that it only takes 4 times as long as the final product to edit it, right? So theoretically, if you're doing something that is 15 minutes long, it should only take you approximately an hour to get it out the door if you're a professional videographer or video editor. Now, of course, my family, my brother-in-law, who is actually a professional videographer, fundamentally disagrees with that idea, which is cool. And also, I took maybe literally 6 hours to work on that, which I shouldn't have. It was absolutely the incorrect choice to do, but I was just like, I said that in 2024 I was going to upload more content, and if I didn't do that, I don't know if it's just they say January is one of the worst months of the year because a lot of people are aware of like the credit card debt they got from buying gifts for others. You've still got the weather dysphoria thing because it's only the second month of winter, etc., etc. And I don't know if it's that or if just like my star sign is in retrograde or something. This has not been a great month, I don't think, for anybody. So yeah. Rendering for a whole ass minute and 30 seconds. Sometimes it takes you 30 minutes. Fair. If people have an issue, you can 2 times speed the video anyways by holding down. Yeah, but like asking an audience, like, okay, oh god, we gotta move on from this. If I am the selling point of that video, which theoretically, at least in some part I am, then I need to be like the most presentable product that you can get. Like I don't know if anybody noticed, the like head cropping for it was like so tight, and that's because I didn't want people to see my bed in the background because this isn't a professional studio. So like there were just like a lot of little components. And then the other thing is, the problem is that my eye line, if I'm looking directly at you, which, you know, whether or not you should even do that, is right here. My screen is on either side of the camera. So if I'm looking at either side in order to read off of a script, I'm not looking directly into the camera, which makes it very obvious that I'm not just like spitting off the top of the dome. So you get it. And Enderfriend, thank you so much for 30 months. I appreciate that. You thought it was fine? The problem is that it can't just be fine. The problem is that in 2024, if this is going to be the do or die year, it like, I need everything to be like, mwah. Which, you know, again, how can it be mwah at the offset? But you get it. No one cares if they see your bed. I swear you're overthinking it. Battle Benoy? If by the end of 2024, I am even slightly more financially viable than I am right now, I'll agree with that assessment. But actually I won't, because I will continue overthinking it even though you say so. I appreciate it. XOXO bestie. Because like until I'm at a comfortable spot, I ain't gonna rest on the laurels and wait, you know what I mean? And like, I don't know. That's maybe that's the wrong mindset to take, but maybe I should just be like, this is a good video, and then go on to the next one. But like, the only thing I'm doing looking at it is being like, what can I do better? What can I improve for next time? How do I make it so that the next one is even better than this one? Which is perhaps activating somebody else's anxiety, but all of this is to say, we're not going to talk about any of that anymore. Need a green screen in your with your in-game desk as the background. Oh, that would actually be really sweet. Yeah, sorry. We are doing a For Me Friday. I do these every week, so it's literally impossible for anyone to not know what they are if they've been here on a previous Friday. Good to see you, Nerdfatuation. But the idea is that all of those things go away because they all weigh upon me like a sack of bricks. We take them all to the side and we say, we don't care about analytics or anything like that. We're just gonna have a nice time with friends. And a part of that is specifically, we're just gonna be catching up in Final Fantasy XIV because I haven't been able to play the game for pleasure. We did stream 14 on Tuesday, because we wanted to be able to sort of take advantage of the patch and sort of the bump in viewership that comes from that. But today we're going to be doing a lot of the like less sort of glitzy, glamorous stuff. We are going to get the relic weapon, which theoretically I probably should have done on Tuesday. And I think also there's a final island sanctuary quest that I think somebody told me about. Klari was pointing out earlier that maybe Marin's side-eyeing you because of even further adventures with Tataru. That's a very valid point. We can check those out. And if we somehow run out of content along those lines, we still got the role quests to knock out. So yeah. Analysis is good. Over-analysis is usually detrimental. And to be clear, to be abundantly clear, y'all make it possible for us to do content creation at a level that I might not otherwise be able to do. And I want to say a massive appreciation. A massive appreciation for that. Like if I sound short or snippy, the problem is that I don't want to look back at the end of 2024 and go, yeah, well, the reason why I didn't succeed is because I didn't put in literally every iota of effort. And so to everybody who's saying, like, relax or like, do an appropriate level of analysis, like, I'm gonna figure out what the appropriate level of analysis is in, like, 5 years from now if things work out, because everything about this industry in and of itself defies sort of expectation. And I say that because the idea of being a content creator I've likened unto, like being a traveling bard or doing some other professions in the past. Blurry, thank you so much for re-upping your sub with us for 16 months. Hachi machi. But the problem is, of course, that this career field is sort of nothing, right? And I do feel that way, right? Like, you can talk about entertainment and what a professional entertainer is doing out there, but the problem is that what I am doing, if we're going with the entertainment industry comparison, right, is that I am sitting on a street corner somewhere and I am literally panhandling, right? I've got a guitar case open and I'm saying, please give me money. And you guys are incredibly generous and incredibly giving and kind, and you do that, right? And then there are some of you behind the scenes, not inspired by anything in particular at this exact moment, but there are some of you who behind the scenes are doing even more heavy lifting, who are picking me up upon your backs and carrying me to the finish line, because the stream itself, even with the teeny tiny bit of ad revenue and other odds and ends that we get, is not enough by itself, right? And that means the world to me. But in an ideal world, right, it isn't on any one person's shoulders to do that. Theoretically, right? And if we're using the entertainment analogy, almost sounding like a pyramid scheme in some other ways as well. But the idea is that I get a lot more people who are watching me, so that way I can eventually pivot towards telling companies that they should give me money, because then I can talk about a product in front of a large audience, and therefore I don't need to rely on any of your guys' money, and instead it's more like a business. But again, right, that's none of this is Final Fantasy XIV or a For Me Friday kind of content. All of this stuff is going to be the kinds of things we talk about after dark. Which is to say, also, if you haven't done so already, please do check out the subscriber section on the Discord channel. It's currently a tie between talking about more Monster Hunter schemes for what streaming looks like in the future, or talking about Studio Ghibli films. So if you do have a preference between the two of them, please do say something now, because otherwise I'm gonna get to choose, and I'm gonna get to choose the one that you don't want me to. It's just the way the way these things work. So, okay. Let's rock and roll. Not Ishgard lore for once. The winner from the previous week always gets phased out, JR. So technically, even though it wasn't Ishgard lore, last week it was Vieira lore or whatever, right? Technically, we're pivoting and we're switching out talking about Final Fantasy XIV lore to do something else. Literally anything else, maybe. But yeah. Okay, doke. Let's rock and roll. First things first, I want to get the relic weapon. And I want to get the relic weapon because I've already looked, because it's, it's been a week since it's been out, and I literally could not resist. And any paladin mains out there, we are weeping. We are openly and actively weeping. And that's just what it's gotta be sometimes. Yeah, I've heard that the other relic weapons are better, but yeah. And Mesvia, thank you for gifting out that tier 1 sub to Angelic Ice. We appreciate that. Be sure to say thank you. The Black Mage weapon is pretty nice. Really? Okay. Yeah, I heard that there were some that were one second. Okay. I've heard that there are some people who made out like bandits, and then others who did not, unfortunately. Do I still have my... relic weapon for Manderville? Did I ever have my relic weapon for Manderville? For Paladin? Hold on. Hold on. No, my Manderville relic weapon isn't equipped because I have the Polaris point, which was a higher eye level. Do not look at my inventory, nerdfatuation, please. Please. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Finishing the relic weapon lets you get a replica of the previous weapon without the glow effect. Oh, does it really? Is that true for all iterations? Because I don't feel like that was true for like Heaven's Ward weapon and stuff, right? Yeah, I don't know where my Manderville sword is. Is it in a retainer, maybe? Don't look at my retainers. Just real quick. If you think my inventory is bad, do not perceive my retainers. Just for the Endwalker ones, got ya. Don't say anything that'll get you weird looks. You know what sucks is I immediately wanted to say something that would get you weird looks, but when I was put on the spot like that, I couldn't think of anything, so that's on me. Should we stage an intervention? About my inventory, I've got bad news. Okay. No! What if I need the materia? Also, it's nice to just be able to, like, put it in my retainer. You get it. Should I say that because then it'll get Aquila in trouble for being a potential bomb threat? Oh, I guess I shouldn't say the word bomb threat if I'm purposefully trying to avoid getting Aquila in trouble for bomb-related things, but, you know, there we go. Okay, well, I think Clary's suggestion is the best. I like trying to find the, Majestic Manderville Sword, or Majestic... Okay. How do I item search for it if I don't have it? Can somebody link the Majestic Relic weapon? Ooh, it's good, actually. You do have a tiny parcel with you? Oh no. Okay. If you search Majestic, will it come up? I don't. Oh wait, hold on. Atlan's got me. I don't actually know how to do that. Oh wait! Oh my... I gave it to my retainer. It's literally... My retainer is physically holding the weapon. That's why. Right, of course. No, that makes sense. Hold on. Because the Polaris point was a higher eye level. So I just gave the relic weapon to him. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It isn't the one in my inventory. The one in my inventory is another Paladin relic. Why do I still have it on me? Don't worry about it. Of course, Twitch chat has the relic weapon, as is only expected. Oh, /I search. Interesting. Oh, I didn't know that was a command you could do. Okay. Yeah, thank you, Atlan. Okay, wait, no, that's not where I want to be. View retainer attributes and gear. Okay, and then I'm going to give you the Polaris point and Vessel. Because legally they're an upgrade for you. And then I'm just going to send you out to go kill some more big snakes. Nope. And then I'll deal with the rest of my retainers later. But now I have them in my inventory. And I'm still just going to leave them there. And then it'll be fine. Don't worry about it. This is what peak efficiency looks like. You might not like it, but it's true. Oh, Geralt, save me from myself. Please, oh god. Please note that upon completing the quest Resonating with Perfection, you will receive a Manderville weapon for a paladin. Please ensure you have changed to your desired job, blah 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 blah. Let's go. Resonating with Perfection. Geralt is itching to get on with perfecting the Manderville weapons. I'm still very upset that they introduced the concept of the Mandervilles being aliens from outer space, only to just say, JK, that one wasn't it. I hear Godbert's finally figured out how to perfect his alien weaponry. About bleeding time, eh? We shall inform his lordship that you are eager to begin. At long last, Elish, the end to our arduous yet most rewarding weaponsmithing journey is finally in sight. And a bloody expensive trip it's been. That's why I'm here not as a dutiful wife or doting mother, but as a concerned senior partner of Manderville and Manderville. Our company's footed the bill for all sorts of extravagant materials and expert assistance, not to mention the rent we're paying for these high crucible facilities. Even if this is the final stage of the process, that's only one Manderville weapon out of house sodden many. Our side business in replica weapons ain't exactly booming neither, so I reckoned I needed to come and gauge the value of continuing this venture with me own two eyes. So, let us offer our full cooperation to my wife, business partner as she oversees proceedings. Are we gonna get a Rowena moment? This feels very Rowena coded, right? Ha! Now there's a sight. Seems his lordship's lost his cocksure composure. What happened, Godbert? Weren't you just telling me how your ridiculous wealth made you free to craft whatever ye pleased? I'd be on my best behavior if I were you, Master Geralt. After all, your considerable remuneration is one of the main expenditures Lady Julianne will be scrutinizing. Hey, Doombringer, it's good to see you. Ahem. Let us move on to the topic of armament augmentation, shall we? Unsurprisingly, the key to perfected weaponry lies in the application of the perfect oil, a substance known as Ultra Mandeville. This superlative lubricant will serve to maximize ethereal conductivity. I really do hope, not just for Final Fantasy XIV's sake, but for my sake, that whatever riders they took off of the relic weapons for Endwalker, they are really like exercising all of their brain juices for Dawntrail, because the gag about it being lube and like how the lube improves ethereal conductivity is a little run dry at this point, I feel like. So I can experience not having hair in my face, or I could just chop it all off, right? It's something I've been thinking about. When my hair gets really long, I just put it up in a hair tie, like this sometimes. Dawntrail MSQ is being written by the writer behind Sorrows of Werlit. Oh, boy. I've got a lot of feelings about the Sorrows of Werlit, JR. We'll see how they do, hey? Again with the creepy oils. As one might have predicted, the Ultra Mandeville's main ingredient is derived from yet another incredibly rare meteoric material, cosmic crystallite, 'tis called. Whenever it came to the method for extracting said ingredient from the meteorite, however, my ancestor's relic was conspicuously devoid of instruction. Thus did I consult with Master Poo-Poo. Thanks to his encyclopedic knowledge of alien civilizations, he was able to furnish me with the requisite technique. I must say, 'tis a rather unorthodox process, and one that I cannot complete alone. It shall necessitate the involvement of everyone present. I don't like the sound of that. What foppish nonsense are you meaning to foist upon us this time? Oh, nothing too terribly taxing, I assure you. All shall be explained in due course. Ere we can begin, we must tend to the tedious chore of procuring crafting materials. Elish, if you would, pray acquire the crystallite through our usual tombstone-hungry vendor. Which, luckily, we're always maxed out on our tombstones, so... We shall require 3 goodly chunks, one for the oil's main ingredient, and the others to reshape the weaponry itself. Yes, I should warn you that these advanced Mandevellian techniques will not only enhance your armament's properties, but also greatly alter its appearance. In anticipation of such wondrous transformation, let us hurry to our tasks. You skipped the, oh. Goodbye. Oh, I still don't have the PvP armor, yeah. I mean, how much more time do I have before the PvP rewards reset? There were parts about the like weapon series that I thought were all right. It's next week. You totally paid attention to the weapons quests. So, the thing with, oh, okay. The thing with the weapon series was that, like, it was kind of fun, right? Like, we obviously got the big stompy giant robots and stuff, but it was very, like, it was exceedingly reductive in its narrative in a way that was, like, really infuriating. Like, what Sorrows of Werlit felt like, in a lot of extent, was them... Alright, big guy. What Sorrows of Werlit really felt like was... we didn't want to unwrite Gaius Van Belsar, right? Because Gaius Van Belsar basically stands in for the Warrior of Light throughout all of sort of Shadowbringers. And then when we return, right, for Endwalker, Gaius Van Belsar just sort of like fucks off. And the Sorrows of Werlit was sort of the explanation for where he fucked off too. But the thing is that, like, there's like a specific big problem with it that, like, no, I love the giant robots. I was there for the Gundams, Mesphia. The biggest problem I had with the Sorrows of Werlit were, so it's not literally called Werlit. What is the name of the nation that they're a part of? Basically, there's some other nation on Ilsabard that Garlemald conquered because they did it all the time. It's not literally Werlit. Who are they? It was also a W name, I feel like. The something resistance. Or something revolutionaries. It's besides the point. Nobody cares on this one other than me. Basically, there were these people who were already there who wanted to fight back and get their independence and their freedom. Literally the plot of Stormblood sort of distilled down into a microcosm. The problem is that the revolutionaries, the resistance fighters, decided that their like best call for starting the revolution and like freeing themselves from the yoke of Garlean rule was to name Gaius Van Belsar the commander of their army. Which, again, like, all of these are just distended words that might not mean anything to anybody else, but, like, the idea that you would make your previous enemy into the, like, supreme commander of your armed forces just, like, really grated at me. And the sort of, like, we talk about this a lot with regards to Final Fantasy XIV and sort of the writing of the narrative with regards to like Garlemald specifically. But the fact is that Japan used to be an imperialist power, right? Until the end of World War II and the subsequent guided nature of Japan's evolution into the 21st century by the United States. And so there's a lot of people who are like, well, like, Garlemald is so obviously, you know, like, Nazi Germany coded. And the thing is that I think while there are, like, some easy similarities that we can draw from that with the European-centric viewpoint, I think Garlemald and the Garlean Empire is actually written with a lot more attention to the Japanese empire, right? And I think that's a part of the reason why we have a lot of trouble with it. And I think Werlit is like one of the peak examples, right? Where the Sons of Werlit is like this big, it's both the aggressors and the victims, and how like the aggressors are likewise worthy of sympathy. And I just don't think they did that well. Anyway. I've seen literally everywhere. Look at them shiny rocks. Cosmic crystallite, this extremely rare form of crystal blastechondrite, is infused with aether from its journey. The form of liquid essence. I don't know. Aye, these ought to do the trick. I'll grab his lordship and we can get to work. About the new like cosmic exploration event. That they're adding in Dawn Trail, where they were like, it was a picture of a bunch of this just makes me think of that, right? Yeah, the like something expeditions. Let me pull it up. Dawn Trail Space Expeditions. Yeah, moon mining Invicta now. Cosmic Exploration is what it's called. I was not exploration. I was gonna say could be good. It doesn't even matter if it's good to me personally, right? Like it's just very much not tailored towards me. So all of these gathering of these like moon materials and stuff, what it feels like almost is that Cosmic Explorations was and Walker, and then for whatever reason, being Final Fantasy XVI for Cosmic. Oh no, this is content for Dawn Trail. Gave us the tombstone grind, right? Because like, what possible does Cosmic with regards to Dawn? The little information set. That's all it made me think. On one hand, us using tombstones to buy the relic equipment, and I know there are people who have been like very happy. I feel well, nothing about it. Thank you for your untiring efforts, Elish. It's demanding, I know, but we could not proceed without them. Crystallite said to properties. Its every mote infused with aether from its across the cosmos. Right? Like this is the epitome of storytelling. Like, I'm going to tell, not show. You know what I mean? The P was what made relics so toned down. Expand on that for me, angelic eyes. Grandpa's wearing booty shorts, nice. TechnoWiz, you would love the Manderville questline in this game. You maintain that there should have been an option to buy the mats with bicolor gems to keep fates relevant? Absolutely. I'm 100% there with you on that one as well, JR. Just like not. We will use Godbrand's technique to harness and condense that cosmic energy, that we may extract a single, concentrated the heart and soul. Fascinating. My good. he eventually contacted a friend on a far-off star to ask by bombarding it with a specific etheric wave. Okay. An inspired Godbrand then returned to work, where he experimented with generating waveforms through physical movement. One particular choreography provided the perfect resonance, and lo, the trademark Mandeville undulations were born. Oh, and as it so happens, the far-off star in question was the home of our own Master Poo-Poo. 'Twas his keen eye that recognized the familial resonant properties of our gentlemanly dance and allowed us to rediscover the extraction process. So in Endwalker, there was a lot of bullshit about like this cutscene was designed with cutscene skippers in mind. You know what it is? It feels like this entire sequence was like somebody going, the players will just like skip through it anyways. So I don't know, like just don't put anything of substance in there. Anyways. What's my opinion on the current relic system? You wish there was an instant zone like Bosnian Southern Front or Zadnor for it. I don't have a problem with it being a currency that you can stock up on beforehand, but I do wish there was something to do with the free time in game right now, right? Like again, they're working on Dawn Trail and the graphical updates and all of that jazz. And again, they're, you know, we still have Bozia and other older content to go back and rely upon, but yeah, it just feels like there is a very big lull of like nothing. And also we're going to have nothing for 6 months. You see, load of chocobo shite. The dance lacks sufficient intensity. Oh, for the love of... Fine. Okay, this is slightly funny. This is slightly humorous, insofar as at least they gave me a shiny light to look at. And like, I don't know, like, maybe it's just because I'm too cynical at this point, right? Like, this, like, the Manderville Quest stuff has always been like the pioneer in animations and stuff. This pose is literally just the UFO pose, right? It's just the UFO pose of when like, you're being like kidnapped by the spaceship. But in this context, which is nothing. The resonance, 'tis still not strong enough. Remember when we had to gather crystals of light because there was a like benevolent entity guiding our actions? Can we go back to those days? I did, you know what? Heidelin being powered by Mandervillian dances. What were we doing talking about an aether shortage? Huzzah! Our combined performance did the trick. Okay, sorry. Actually, no. Here's the thing about this, right? If this works, like it apparently does, then why were we ever worried about primals sucking up the aether from the land? Like, oh, it's an extraction process to like cause the oil to like get squeezed out of this meteorite. But the entire concept of doing work inside of like the literal definition of an execution of work is an expenditure of energy to cause a change, right? Any change whatsoever. So obviously the dance is like not a great translation or whatever, but like if dancing works, like how like, because the other premise that we're being led to believe is that none of these people have any sort of magical or mystical power, right? Like they're not Mandervillian aliens is what we've discovered. They're just lads. So like, if you got 5 lads in a circle to dance, surely if they released some like etheric waves from the dance, it would have like negative consequences for the world. Like surely dance would be outlawed as a weapon of mass destruction. Except unlike in Footloose, when they all start dancing at the end, then a bomb would go off because it's literally an exertion of like energy. Anyways, And yes, JR, I would have been more angry if it made me do the Manderville dance as well. Although we do have it, right? So sounds like someone just doesn't like to have dancing. I scream. That's why you keep a dancer or two in your party. But Clary, I'm more willing to accept dancer in the context of the game, right? Because the ostensibly Thavnarian, right, dance technique is a very specific thing, right? Like, none of these people are trained professional dancers, and the Mandervillian family dance, while it's like a funny sequence of steps, I would argue is very different than the like combat style of dance that the Thavnarian dancers like attest to being the origins of their entire style, right? Like, what we just did, because Geralt has never done that dance before in his entire life, right? He's never seen it before, he's never done it before, he doesn't know what it is. So if one random person doing it just like gets it to work the same as other people, I don't know. Anyways, it's fine, we're moving on. This is clearly not Squeenix's peak content. Old news, we just didn't know any better. You know what? Fair enough. But there are people like you who don't believe. Yeah, that's what it is. I'm one of the people in the audience who doesn't applaud when Tinkerbell dies, and so they end the play, and then everyone turns around and Peter Pan says, "It's your fault. You killed Tinkerbell." And then I leave, feeling smug and satisfied, knowing I've ended a small fairy's life. Huzzah! Our combined performance did the trick. Master Geralt and I will take it from here. Let us prepare the vial of Ultra Manderville and proceed with the final augmentations. You're about to witness the peak of craftsmanship. And this is why I don't play Scholar. Yeah, Battle Benoit, I'll be honest, I do not remember much about Peter Pan. I don't even know if the play came before the movie. It must have, surely. Now we apply the Ultra Manderville coating. As with prior stage, the final composition of the oil's ingredients will greatly influence the armament's properties. I shall need you to take a moment and consider well which qualities you value most in your weaponry. I mean, assuming it's the same as everything else, right? We want critical hit, critical hit, determination, and then tenacity, right? Since you're double assuming it was an old book first, yeah. How do you choose which stats are best? You chose randomly. So, like, if somebody was recommending the balance before, which is the Discord that sort of talks about, you know, a lot of like different methodologies and gives a lot of information about playing the game. I believe critical hit rate, from what I've been told, both improves your chance of getting the critical hit and then also the critical hit damage you do. I don't know if that's true. I've literally never actually looked inside the balance myself, so apocryphal. Determination is just like raw damage, like consistently all the time, I believe. And then tenacity also affects damage in some capacity, which is the reason why we're doing it in this order, right? Skill speed is just how fast you can do your normal 1, 2, 3 rotation. But the problem is that I don't want skill speed unless I can also do spell speed, because otherwise then the rotations won't line up correctly, right? So yeah. Crit and determination are almost always top priority. Yeah. I have a friend who told me to meld direct hit if critical hit doesn't work, not determination. So I've got a lot of direct hit materia on my stuff, but yeah. You are certain? Then so it shall be. Behold, Elish, the work is done. The perfected art, dedicated artisans. A Mandervillius falchion and a Mandervillius kite shield. The beauteous, tangible reward for all our toil and sacrifice. It's a grand sight, all right. Commandments, drinking weird booze, and dancing weirder jigs is an old bloody way to forge a weapon, but you can't argue with the end results. There is, in fact, one other favorable consequence to finishing our project. My family's relic contains what appears to be a locked recording, and if what Master Papu tells me is correct, our completed Manderville weaponry should serve as the key to opening it. Shall we give it a try? And here's the problem. Like, my respect for the Manderville questline is so low that we're going to open the box and inside is just going to be like a whoopee cushion or like a millennia old fart. I have no respect for this because it doesn't feel like crit in every game makes such a massive difference, even though on paper it wouldn't seem that way. Why do you say on paper it wouldn't seem that way, Sabra? You only remember healers off the top of your head, big surprise, which is crit, determination, direct hit. Interesting, yeah. Oh, determination also increases healing and damage, direct hit only increases damage. I wonder if I should meld determination then. We'll figure it out. But yeah. Yeah, 5% crit chance increase does seem statistically insignificant. Anyways, sorry, let's go unlock the Elder part. The joke weapons from the contest to be the final step. You're glad it wasn't. You know what sucks is that the Manderville Paladin weapon doesn't actually look bad. Right? Like, I think we can objectively... Ah, excellent. 'Twould seem the relic has responded to your armament. Let us commence the viewing. If it, like, gave us... like anything, just like anything of significance. And like, the Manderville weapons don't look bad, but it's again a very specific style. Oof. So Godbrand is an alien, right? If you are watching this recording, then I must assume you have successfully brought the Manderville weaponry to its completed state. Allow me, then, to share some of the philosophy that went into the weaponry's creation. As I explained in my previous story... Y'all remember when we were doing Bosnia and I was like, I'm gonna give you guys a PowerPoint presentation on the Garlean Empire, and then I was like, oh, this feels bad. Like, I don't know how enjoyable this is. And y'all had to convince me to finish the presentation. I hope there is someone at Squeenix who was like, hey guys, do you think it's a good idea to have Godbrand give the player character a PowerPoint presentation? And I hope somebody out there said, hey, you know what? That's a good point that you just raised. The final days, one must imagine. Peace reigns upon this star for now, but we can never know when or what manner of chaos might threaten our tranquil lives. Thus did I endeavor to forge armaments with the power to repel any threat, no matter how dire. At least until the next expansion. However, in the wrong hands, such powerful weapons may exacerbate the very problems they were intended to solve. Sadly, my long search for worthy wielders, those possessed of both martial excellence and unyielding moral fortitude, has failed. I am left with no choice but to destroy my triumphant works. That explains how ye lost the originals, eh? In the hopes that a deserving hero will one day emerge, I have decided to leave the secrets of their manufacture to my heirs. By necessity, the process must be rendered cryptic, lest these potent armaments be too readily attained. The fact that you are watching this proves you have the wisdom to pierce my elaborate obfuscations, and the discipline to retrace the grueling steps of my smithing saga. I have faith in your judgment. Do what is just, and entrust the Manderville weaponry to those who champion the ideals of peace. Yeah, only effective for 6 months, 1 NFK. Good to see you. I do still recommend the early Manderville quests. The problem was that the A Realm Reborn Manderville quests was like firmly grounded in something approximate to lore, right? Like they put in effort and work to be like, this is a relevant story that you should care about. Endwalker's Manderville stuff, like the main Manderville stuff was at least slightly funny and like vaguely earned. The relic weapon quests feel like you should just skip over them. I do not know that I have gained anything of value for watching this. How gratifying to know that my motives were aligned with those of my ancestor. It was my own experience of the final days which moved me to recreate the Manderville weapons and put them in heroic hands such as yours. And 'tis more gratifying still that we should succeed in the task which Godbrand himself set for his descendants. I thank you all for your valuable contributions. Time to do a Realm Reborn Manderville on stream? I might very quickly turn around on my stance that a Realm Reborn Manderville is more well done. The real Manderville weapons were the friendships we made along the way. It's a JRPG. There's a lot of that, Techno is. I'll admit, it was a bit of a shock to hear we was crafting alien designs, but ye hired the right smith for the job. You know the job isn't over yet, yes? There are still many weapon variants we have left to reforge. I know. Don't get your bloody small clothes in a twist. I'll stick around until the last blow is hammered. Do you think we're gonna get a new relic guy for Dawntrail? Or do you think they're gonna hoist frickin' Geralt's desiccated corpse across the ocean? For the extraction of the Ultra Manderville essence, I must ask that you call upon the assistance of the High Crucible Alchemists. It matters not who performs the dance, as long as they do so with gentlemanly perfection and aplomb. Sure. They'll shoehorn him in somehow. Fair enough. You don't think Geralt will ever be out of debt? No, honestly, it's a sign of how good Rowena got him, which, you know, make of that what you will. It's clear to me now that the Manderville weapons are more than just a pet project. They're an investment in the future of our world. You have me permission to keep them on the books as an official Manderville and Manderville enterprise. Oh, that was a relief. It would be difficult to cover these expenses with my weekly entertainment budget. With that settled, we can continue as before. Our most excellent House Manderville artisan shall handle requests to perfect other weapons in your possession. Meanwhile, our resident expert alchemist will assist with adjusting weapon properties, assuming you supply the requisite crystallite, of course. All in all, this has been a most satisfying experience. My thanks again, and I look forward to our next mutually beneficial encounter. Do I get a title off of this, actually? The Mandervillius, sure. I use the Gentleman title sometimes. That's what you get from, the A Realm Reborn Manderville stuff. I do not know there is ever a world in which I will use the Mandervillius title. Not that most people see the titles or interact with it in any meaningful way, but you get it. Cool. Talk to the vendor if you want replicas. I think I already have some, yeah. And hey, Top Hat, good to see you. Oh, do I not have any of the Manderville one? It starts off fine, right? Like, this is just a generic fantasy sword, which, like, maybe I shouldn't be so bitter, because, like, the Manderville sword replica is actually really nice, right? Like, really, really nice. And then they put the glow on it, which we were obviously not all super thrilled about. And then the Majestic sword, which had the, like, sort of, like, cosmic celestial glow. And then we had... Oh, this is the Majestic Manderville sword matte replica. This is what you were talking about. I see. And then the falchion, which we've currently got, and it rotates between blue and purple. And those are the only two colors I think it is. The current weapon can't be put in the glam dresser, the replicas can, yeah. Augmented Crendium still the best armor you can get without being a Savage Raider? Is it not just flat out the best weapon you can get, period? I thought it was. Like, here's the thing. So I was having a conversation with a couple of friends about the nature of Final Fantasy and whether it's a fantasy game or whether it's a science fiction game. And I think I still abide by my answer that it is a fantasy game. But I don't know that, like, these weapons break my immersion any more than anything else, right? Like, okay, I've got an RGB sword, sure, but, like, we already had Omega. We already had the Allegan Empire. We already had items that could only be explained through, science fiction. That's not my problem. I don't have a problem with this. It's just not my cup of tea. You know what I mean? Science fiction is technically fantasy. R. All right. Okay. I'm watching you battle Vinoy. Middle of the road ass. No, that's a bit. Probably. I do have some new like armor sets that I was like glamming together because I was like, I do want to try some new stuff. Weirdly enough, the one that I'm like proudest of is this one, using the distance set. Because Elish's like main color is green. So I thought like this was like a nice way to play with like gold and green. And I'm like moderately proud of this. And like maybe I can like sneak the Manderville, the amazing Manderville sword, but like this is just honor bound dyed, and I don't think it's bad. I don't know. We gotta come up with a new glam for Dawn Trail, surely. But yeah. Okay, doke. I do want to go to my island sanctuary, which is going to be content just for me, but, you know. That's the point of For Me Fridays, I think. Can anybody confirm, is the Savage armor better than augmented Crendium? You've already got your Dawn Trail base glam for the next 6 months. Are going to be tweaking it to be perfect. Hell yeah. I feel like I have to put together a cyberpunk glam, right? Oh, is that new? A structure has been completed. You need but access the appropriate logboard to give it a final inspection. I don't think they used to give that announcement. Also, literally everything on my island is on fire. I have not come in and done anything in here in ages. Ugh. And you know what? I'm not going to do anything in here today either, TBH. It's the same eye level, yeah. I am definitely a Final Fantasy XIV expert. You can confirm it is. Well, thank you for that, TechnoWiz, yeah. Certain parts are better for tank. Interesting. We all got to get new Dawn Trail glam, so it's like a new season of a show releases and they have new signature fits. Well, you know they're going to give all of the Scions new outfits, yeah. So... Oh god. All of my animals are gonna be so angry. Okay. Oh, I guess I should get the vegetables first, huh? Paladin Best in Slot is the augmented chest. Oh, I see. It also has 2 tome rings, which is weird. One augmented and one unaugmented. Yeah, one NFK. That, oh no. Why is everything stopped? Because I haven't gathered anything. Sure, fine. You know what? Actually, that makes perfect sense. We hate skill speed that much. I mean, that doesn't surprise me, right? Because like we want it to be in perfect rotation for our spells and our melees. That tracks. I absolutely can see that. Elish, when am I becoming a 2.5 paladin? At the level in which I am doing that much savage raiding, I feel like that's when I have to say I am no longer trying to do content creation, right? No offense to people who can do it. And in fact, if anything, that's, I think, higher praise of the people who are able to do that sort of stuff. But like, it ain't me, King. It ain't me. Oh no. Well, it's not like we needed eggplant or radishes for anything, right, Smile? Okay. 25. And then we'll just deal with the rest of it when it comes up. So I've been told that there is a new Island Sanctuary quest, which could be cute. I think Island Sanctuary was like kind of the best out of the new content that we got, for sure. Just meld your skill speed until your spell speed until your global cooldowns match. Theo, you know what sucks is I do want to do that. I do want to have a skill speed, spell speed build for Paladin. I just think that if I showed up to any sort of party finder with that, they would immediately kick me out, right? Is there not a new quest? Okay, so Battle Benoit, if this is you saying you don't understand the 2.5, the thing is, it's based off of cooldowns, right? So because I don't have any spell speed materias or anything like that, all of my spells are the default cast time, which is 2.5 seconds. The idea is that you don't want your global cooldowns to be different than your spell, your skills cooldowns to be different than your spell cooldowns, so that way everything lines up correctly in your rotation, I believe. Again, not an actual like end game player, so like people who are hardcore end game players are more than welcome to correct me, but I believe that's what it means. Yeah. You also love Island Sanctuary, but sadly the ones who like it are the minority. Most either don't care or hate it. Yeah, I feel like there was a lot of potential in here for sure. Like, the fact that it is very Charlian themed, right, I think is like a real meal for people like Summer, but you know. Island Sanctuary gave more exclusive things that you could use to make big money at the end, but maybe any rewards would be too common after to farm Gil with. There was a period of time in which there were some like housing items inside of Island Sanctuary that were like real hot button stuff. And then I don't know if it's still the case. I presume it isn't. But gunmetal, black dye, pearl white dye, and metallic brass dye used to all sell for a pretty good amount. Because all of those colors are sort of the poor man's version of the pure white, the pure black, and the metallic gold, right? Metallic brass for metallic gold, pearl white for general white, gunmetal black for general purpose black, so yeah. Yeah, I cast spells as a tank. You have to upgrade all of your facilities for it to appear? I'm in hell. What? Is there another tier? What is missing? Gotta head out to tabletop. We'll catch you around, Underfriend. Thanks for being here. Even the Parafool mount has dropped in price. Wasn't there like a lot of inflation going on? Me talking about my fun video game that I play for pleasure. Is there inflation? Island Sanctuary still has the 2 hairstyles that you can't get anywhere else. Gotcha, gotcha. Who... Can I upgrade you still? What? What is happening? Oh, okay, never mind. You checked your buildings like 5 times because you hadn't clicked one of the signs and it blocks the quest. Yeah. One in FK, Twitch chat was saying the same thing, so. Nope, we had the landmarks, I just missed this one, I guess. Now give me the quest, please? There we go. Come on, they don't. It's not like they gave you any icons by which to identify it. Do you remember the very first day we arrived on this island, Elish? I certainly do. The hideaway was overgrown with lush vegetation, yet look at it now, trimmed and trampled and tamed into a vision of civility. We ought to pat ourselves on the back for such good work, and I emphasize we, because it was only through our combined efforts that anything managed to get done around here. Speaking of getting things done and those incapable of doing so, the Curious Courier is making that infernal racket again. I'm assuming you know what that means. Okay. Why am I getting... Are we getting more Island Sanctuary content? Hey, Zappies. Why are we still getting Island Sanctuary experience? You like wealth, don't you, Elish? Then I have glad tidings for you. Word of our esteemed handicrafts has spread beyond the Rotano Sea, and a number of buyers have indicated their interest in purchasing our goods wholesale. Fulfilling these new requests, and thereby increasing our profits, so you may pamper your hardworking employees, will require your cooperation, however. Consider it a favor to me. Each term, I will provide you a list of goods, and you will procure said goods by the deadline I give you. Simple enough, no? And should you prove yourself diligent at scratching my back, I might be inclined to scratch yours. A favor rendered ought to be a favor received, after all. Okay. Felicitous tokens may be exchanged. Okay. Oh, the sanctuary material container. This would probably be how you convert your island sanctuary into a moneymaker at the end. Sure. Written permission for the construction of a sanctuary landmark, used to unlock the uncharted course. What is this? What was it? / I search Uncharted? Oh, of course. iSearch won't help me here because I don't know what these things I don't know what these things are. Okay. Required items are player specific, so you can't rely on the weekly guides. Gotcha. Okay. What is a vegetal voucher? Okay, well, I mean, fun new things, thanks. You know what? You know what, Dream? Thank you. I will steal this, I will steal this build for Paladins. I'm almost certainly not actually going to use it, but I appreciate it. Melds are focused on direct hit, crit, and where you can't crit or direct hit, you use determination. That's what I thought it was, yeah. I'm pretty sure that's what I've got melded on all my boys. Critical hit, direct hit, direct hit, direct hit, yeah. On all of my boys. But, yeah. I don't know. The idea of being like doing hardcore endgame content is somewhat interesting to me. Obviously, by virtue of us wanting to do the Eden Savages level sync, but yeah. Vouchers can be sold on the market board. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, the tenacity, right? Oofa doofa. The sweetest thing. The sound of the curious courier beeping can mean only one thing. Contact! Contact from Mistress Tataru. She is presently en route with another pair of guests who wish to survey the island. She also mentions an important update, a crucial announcement. You must go and meet her on the beach. Sure. How does one level up Sanctuaries? You're still stuck on level 6. It's so slow. I mean, you just plug away at it, right? Like, I definitely did not get here through good, through a master strategy. I just did it, unfortunately. Ah, Elish, I thought we might find you waiting. Oh no, I'm still wearing my dorky full set of armor. Wait, hold on. It's Moonbreeda's parents. Oh man. Do forgive us for suddenly dropping in. It is wonderful to see you in good health. It is indeed. And were it not for Urianje's propensity for speaking in circles, we may well have been reassured earlier. To answer your unspoken question, researchers involved with the development of the Ragnarok have been encouraged to take vacations to refresh their bodies and minds. And the lovely couple beside me decided that visiting your island would do just that. Before we knew it, all of our colleagues had already returned from their vacations. We knew it was time to make our own arrangements, but could think of nowhere in particular we wished to go. Outside the purposes of our research, we've never been avid travelers, even less so since we lost Moonbreeda. Aww. Cole Cole noticed our reluctance and suggested we visit the Southern Isles, extolling the virtues of fresh air and claiming we'd have a bloody good time. Cole Cole is the Lalafell who worked on the Ragnarok's propulsion, and these aren't the Cycleades. What are the names of these isles? It's supposedly where the Lalafells are thought to have originally come from. So yeah. When we mentioned his recommendation to Urianger, oh, it is the Sealdalis. Cycleades. He told us of your own tropical hideaway in the Cycleades. Truth be told, knowing our destination might be your island became our greatest motivation. Indeed, our excitement quite overwhelmed us, as you can see from our matching outfits. Who sold you tickets to my island? That said, while this little strip of beach is quite lovely, we were hoping you would honor us with a full tour. Your mention of mammoths has also piqued my interest as a researcher, I must confess. Say no more. Come, wait till you see Elish's home sweet hideaway. Is it Pudding Way? Yeah, let's put on clothing. Okay. Definitely wasn't you, Techno is. I know, you would never betray me. Oh, the island sets are different. Okay, thank you for that, JR. Yeah. I also want more Island Sanctuary Dream, but I want it to be not like grind more, you know? I want to like have changes to the appearance, all that sort of stuff. I don't know. Can we find that rabbit anywhere? Battle Benoy, are you sure the cutscene that you got was for Sanctuary rank 20? Because they do a lot of them, yeah. Like we get some for oh my gosh, my brain. We get some for Amanalane and Sicarius. We get some for like a bunch of different people. Weird. Okay. Each time I return, it never ceases to amaze me how far your hideaway has come. Remarkable. To think you've achieved all this after starting out with naught but yourself and a team of mammoths. What you've accomplished here is outstanding, Elish. The complexity of the architecture far exceeds what I expected. This was all untamed wilderness when you first arrived, was it not? It must have been an ordeal to get it to this state. We have witnessed our fair share of development in Labyrinthos, and one need not be directly involved to understand its hardships. Carving out a place for yourself here must have been quite the lengthy process. That's our Elish, innovative and determined to the last. Though, he didn't do it all by himself. Oh gods, I almost forgot, my important announcement. Hello there. Bring out the pudding, if you please. So it is Pudding Way, huh? And you are? Pudding Way, here to partake of the finest tropical puddings. Of course. I do believe I only had this couple scheduled for a tour this evening. Might I ask how you arrived here? Well, I was loitering about the last stand in hopes of acquiring a bowl of their legendary rainbow pudding. when what should I hear but a delightful conversation about a trip to the Southern Isles? He must have overheard us when we stopped for tea. I do hope you can forgive me for tagging along. The moment I heard Cycliadus, my paws were already moving. After all, such tropical locales must be possessed of equally tropical, and dare I say delectable, pudding just waiting to be sampled. So I thought it only natural that I stow away in your luggage, and now here I am. And you noticed nothing unusual the entire way here? Not a thing, my dear. I dare say he's rather as light as he looks. It seems you've had quite the adventure, Puddingway, which makes this all the more difficult to tell you. There is no pudding here. No culinary establishments serve pudding on this island. Hell yeah. You don't need me to scream that now. Are all of your buildings maxed out, Battle Benoy? This is I'm sorry. The next best thing that I can say is go talk to Squeenix's help desk. Loperit tribals made you like them more? Yeah, fair enough. You pick up Pudding Rabbit and throw it into the sea. Correct. I concur. I'll help you. This is wrong. All wrong. How can you say that any place on this beloved star is lacking in the very existence of pudding? Quite easily. It may not be fruitful to consider pudding as a guarantee. In some places, 'tis more of a rare delicacy. Aye, those similar dishes can be found here and there if one knows what to look for. Oh, sweet Mother Heidelin, where is the pudding? Do not despair, little one. If it is pudding you want, then pudding you shall have. All I need are the proper ingredients and utensils. Do any of you guys know that one, British guy, Dylan Does Baking or whatever, Dylan's Culinary Adventure? That man has been, doing some, really simple baking recipes and stuff, and my, desire to bake is normally very small, but watching his videos, just makes it increase significantly. Alright, Nyx. And Techno is, I will hydrate, thank you. When Moonbrita was young, she and I would often trench ourselves in the kitchen and make pudding by the potful. 'Tis an old family recipe, but best in the realm as she would have it. What's this I hear about making pudding? I see. So because this bipedal leperoid, somehow capable of speech, does not have immediate access to pudding, it has reached a state of complete despondency. Very well. Let it never be said that the felicitous furball is not a charitable and joy-bringing mammoth. Pray, tell me what you require for this culinary endeavor. For ingredients, we shall need milk, eggs, and sugar. And for the utensils, vessels that can be nested for a water bath and some sort of stove, all of a size and quantity to satisfy the appetites of everyone present. I believe we can manage that. Is Twitch having issues? It doesn't look like there's anything going on my side. But, keep us in the loop, JR. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. I guess we're making pudding. You truly are Heidelin's chosen. In that case, I'll save my important announcement until after the pudding festivities. Then let us be about it. I shall now share with you a treasured family recipe, so listen well. Y'all think she's about to give us an actual pudding recipe? No! Ever since I first watched A Recipe Reborn, I have really wanted the cookbook for it. Demised cooking win. It's a problem of cameras. I don't want to mess with my core setup too much. I do actually have another webcam over there, and then some like additional cameras that we could sort of manipulate for the situation, but it would be very messy. And also, preferably I have my own place before I ruin someone else's kitchen, right? Well, this trip has certainly taken an interesting turn, though I dare say it shall prove just as diverting. Tataru, Puddingway, and I shall enlist the help of your mammoths to gather the necessary ingredients. In the meantime, I would have you and Wolfson prepare our cooking utensils. I was told that a mammoth has gathered all you should require and will be waiting for you upon the hill. My husband plans to meet you on the beach, so speak with him once you are supplied and ready. And the one camera on my feet all this time. That's streaming elsewhere. Yeah, exactly. Okay, also, can I say, real quick sidebar, from my feet pick situation, I'm really unhappy because well, I'm always really unhappy, to be fair. But, so the Cozy Cabin 4, which is like a downgrade from the Cozy, oh wait, I don't have any Island Glamour prisms. The Cozy Cabin 4 has your bed on the second level, which is a sensible place for you to put your bed. The Cozy Cabin 5, however, has your bed on the first floor. Like you're some sort of degenerate who like immediately walks into your house and falls asleep, and then has this absolutely useless dining table all the way up here. Like you're gonna go out and cook, and then like bring all of your food all the way up 2 flights of stairs to eat. This hideaway sucks and is bad, and the mammoths should feel bad about themselves. Anyways. Cozy 4 is way better. Thank you. Yes. You downgraded to 4? Exactly. If I really, like, so I didn't have my crafters at the appropriate level. I still don't know if I do. Island. Oh, I do now. Okay. I should make some island prisms so that way I can mess around with it. I would want to make it, surprising no one, as Ishgardian inspired as possible. So like probably bring a lot of stuff down to like level 2 where it's just like sort of stone cobblestones and stuff. I've thought about it a lot, but like, yeah, I never made any island prisms, so. The mammoths bring it to you? Ain't no way I'm trusting the mammoths with my food. Have you seen the way they look at your Warrior of Light? Those little mammoths are gonna poison your food, and it's gonna be a Realm Reborn Nanimo or Heavensward like Lodi scene all over again. So just make it snow, ruin the environment. I can't make it snow, because if I could, I would. But I can bring the snow piles to the island. Howdy there, Master Elish. The tidy tinkerer at your service. If anything needs tidying, I'm your mammoth. I sifted through all the materials I have tidied so far and found precisely what you should need for crafting your utensils. What joyous luck. It all tidily fit into these 2 crates, but I fear they are rather large. You'll need to make 2 trips. Mind your footing on the way down. This is the tidy tinkerer informing me he's about to push me down a flight of stairs. They only do that if you treat them poorly? No! The felicitous furball is actively planning a revolution at all times. Also, is it right? No. Okay, it's fine. Oh, I actually hate the snow. So, the snow only came to Ishgard, like all of Coerthas, about 15 years ago. Now, Ishgard was always snowy because Ishgard was built above the Sea of Clouds, right? So it's literally always sort of at freezing temp up there. But the rest of Coerthas used to be green, just like the Black Shroud. So, you know. Those are the materials, are they? Perfect. Just set the crate down there. Allow me to say what an honor it is to assist such a noble task. From stoking a steady fire to crafting the vessels necessary for mixing ingredients to performing said mixing, it shall be my pleasure to serve. There's another crate. The more materials, the better, I suppose. Coerthas was a temperate rainforest prior to the calamity. If you go look at old 1.0 footage, you can see exactly what it looked like. Which is to say there weren't a lot of trees, but I don't have any problem with that headcanon. Howdy there, Master Elish. It seems I have been accosted by a chicken. Fear not, my systems remain in working order. I'll keep the brute distracted while you sneak away with the second crate. There may be more lurking, however, so do keep your wits about you. Wretched bird, I'll expose your weaknesses yet. Petition and resources, countermeasures for chicken aggression. Aha! 2 results from the reference mammoth. A history of Hatch and Tide, Tales of Loss and Feathers and Eggs, author unknown, and To Love a Chicken, Beauty is the Beak of the Beholder by Pollen Morning. I suppose I shall endeavor to understand. I'm gonna come back and this mammoth is gonna be making out with the chicken. This is the first time we've seen a non-green chicken. Is this? Is this actually? I think you're right, Marin. Maybe, yeah. Wouldn't like it as much if it was 1.0 Ishgard. I disagree, but only because I always want more Ishgard, right? We'd get access to more maps. When I watch the footage of people running through those zones, it is absolutely just like the most dreary thing ever. Oh, what? Oh, the chicken! A cocksure chicken squawks at you with piercing intensity. Hey, Marin. Can you see this chicken? And or, can you do something about this chicken? I mean, We don't actually need to. I do like that this chicken has stopped the music, though. You do chicken keeping with silky chickens? Silky chickens? And yeah, fair enough. Okay. I gotta bring this crate to Moonbreeda's parents. That was actually a very funny jump scare. This should be everything, yes? My thanks. You've done your part, so you can leave the rest of the preparations to us. Loida and the others should be here ere long. Hey, Keela. Although I've never been one for traveling, I do have a wealth of experience in crafting. Moonbreeda and Uriandre saw to that. It started when Moon asked if I would help her create a diorama of some ruins from one of Uriandre's books. She was always looking for ways to grab his attention. So we set about it, she and I, molding the buildings from clay and carving in little runes until we had ourselves a perfectly sound replica. As time went on, our projects became more ambitious, not to mention large. Why, there was one time we took down half the garden with a scale model of an ancient Allegan townscape. Blueito was less than pleased about that one. Damn, Wolf Son, let me be your son! I fucking love miniatures! Wait. Oh no, who slapped you, JR? Anyway, I'm excited to try a hand at it all again. It's been a while, but I dare say your helpful mammoths will be more than generous with their assistance. It's been a while. You have more than earned yourself a good long rest, Master Elish. I shall assist Master Wilfson with all my might so that there may be pudding enough for all. Do mammoths eat pudding? Keela. I do want to see what happened to the Tinkerer. Is he gone? Damn. Man. Back in a realm reborn, NPCs would stick around. This is a bit. I do generally prefer the changes that they've made in the game. Your mammoth does if he counts. Yeah? Damn. A Mr. Krabs Now, hold on a second. God, it's the Manderville questline all over again, but slightly more tempered. Yeah, same, crab friend. Get out of here. Run away while you still can. We have seen the existence of other chickens. I just couldn't remember if they were, like, in any towns or zones, because I don't think so, right? Why did you get a comically large cup? God. Ugh. Why does the cup need a handle? Exactly. Who has got a big enough hand for that? And also, second question, when can I meet them? Now we need but wait. Bloeda, why didn't you tell me that your family's magic pudding recipe required comically oversized implements? Ay, ay, ay. Well, this seems as good a time as any for my announcement. Because they're sea giants. Duh. Of course, forgive me. Ahem. As you know, this island sanctuary initiative was brought forth by Admiral Merrowweb not only as a source of employment for former pirates, but as a means of offering self-sufficient sanctuaries to those who might benefit from them. To prove that such an enterprise was feasible for all, regardless of wealth, I proposed she lease this isle to Elish on the condition that all materials and tools would be procured locally. You have gone far beyond merely achieving this goal, Elish. You have shown us a sanctuary that can flourish. Rest assured your accomplishments have not gone unnoticed. For you, Elish, have been officially awarded highest honors by Admiral Merrowweb for excellence and dedication to the Island Sanctuary Initiative. This island will hereby serve as an example for future development during the program's pending expansion. Furthermore, as the Isle Keep who oversaw the success, you have been granted permission to make use of this island indefinitely. Invite your friends, continue to explore, or redesign your hideaway as you see fit. This is, and shall ever be, your island sanctuary. In light of this news, I believe we ought not call this gently steaming pot of perfection pudding. Okay. Nay, we should call it the pudding of perseverance and prominence in honor of the efforts of all. That's gotta have translated poorly, right? Yeah, I want to see this perfect pudding. Hold on. Also, where did these chickens come from? Because I did not get them. Yes. Yes! I can almost taste it. Oh! Sure. I don't know that we've earned this triumphant music. I dare say we've made enough for the entire island, though I suppose you'll have to partake of our share. I'll have none of that. Everyone who had a hand in making this pudding deserves a taste. I believe each and every one of you are equipped to absorb aether voluntarily, although you may have only used this function to facilitate continuous labor. Oh my god, we're throwing our employees a pizza party. Except instead of a pizza party, it's a pudding party. And instead of them being our employees, they're our little robot slaves. The fresh ingredients we used in this pudding are rich with aether. Go on, give it a try. This is actually weirdly kind of cute. Now, I don't know that they've done enough with the Mammoths to make me feel, like, deep emotions, but this is cute, right? It's amazing. I've never absorbed aether like this. It is so smooth. Oh my god. Now see what you've done. The workers are going to ask for pudding breaks. My sweet, my love, my pudding. So what's about to go wrong? A chicken jumps into it. Something falls out of the sky and lands in it. The time has come. Oh. Not gonna lie though, okay. If you saw a giant pudding that big... it's everything I dreamed of. Right? You'd better get a serving while you still can. Although I would be worried about the tensile material strength of the pudding necessary to maintain its shape after I got inside of it. Tataru, the rabbit just jumped in the pudding. I'm not touching it now. Here's the thing, though, is that as long as I'm not eating any of the pudding near where Pudding Way is, technically it's still good pudding, right? Like there's so much of it in the way. Maybe. From start to finish, your mammoths were a delight to work with. We must never take the efforts of automata for granted. Okay, Wolfson, have you heard of, like, engines? When you say automata, what do you mean? This magical place truly is worthy of being called paradise. That was delicious. I had so much I can barely move an elm. Goodness, I can't remember the last time I feasted so. There's little better than merriment to whet the appetite. So, how did you find our pudding? It was delicious. It was so much. It was alright, I suppose. We're not gonna be an asshole, right? It was delicious. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Should you ever fancy another bowl, you know where to find me. Full glad was I to see your mammoths in such high spirits. I'm of the understanding that these are the selfsame mammoths who once intended to perform as laborers after the Great Exodus. As a researcher of Labyrinthos, I struggle to voice how grateful I am to know they have found new purpose here. Truly. And to see how their exemplary efforts have aided Elish in earning such accolades. I hardly know how to put the pride to words. I thought Bloeda was about to go the oh ho 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 Ojo-sama route. So I was like getting ready to give my most like hoity-toity laugh. And instead I just misread the word truly, so that's good. Though it hardly measures to the sort of congratulations you are due for your accomplishments, we did bring you a gift from Charlatan, a small thank you for hosting us. Have we gotten the Gleaner outfit already? We thought that might be the ideal outfit for lounging about in a tropical paradise. It even has a waterproof watch, made of the very same material as the Ragnarok, I might add. And what have you putting away? Did you enjoy your time here? You must be fit to burst with all the pudding you devoured. Without a doubt, today has been the best day of my life. You said that this island is to serve as an example to future Isle Keeps, correct? Which means, no matter the hardship, they will strive to emulate Elish's greatness. Once each island has earned its own pudding of perseverance and prominence, this archipelago will be home to the greatest pudding culture in the realm, nay, the entire universe. I have finished Magrat's deliveries. Did we get it there and I just like put it away without thinking about it? Elish, thank you for saving this star. Aww. Well then, we'd best be on our way. Perhaps vacations abroad can indeed be worth the effort if spent in such lively company. You might consider taking one yourself sometime. Loeda looks at the camera, winks, Dawn Trail flashes on screen. I'd like to say a few words to Elish, if you would wait for me by the skip. Thank you for once again hosting us on such short notice. In truth, I had my own motives for bringing so many guests to your island. Have you heard of the video game called Animal Crossing? In it, there are a bunch of people who might move into the houses of your particular area. But we don't have the facilities or methodology to do something like that, so this was the closest that we could do. But now that you have reached such a monumental milestone, your only guests should be the ones you choose, those nearest and dearest to you. Is what I'd like to say, but there is one last party I wish to invite, at the strong behest of Amanelaine and Sicard. What do you say? Would you be willing to welcome one last group of visitors? Wonderful. I shall contact the curious courier when I've made the arrangements. Until then... Evict the ugly ones. I still haven't played a single Animal Crossing. Okay. Oh, damn. Oh, is this the dad polo? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Literally just a watch, huh? Alright. Okay. You must have done it in cutscene skip because you got that ugly ass glam. How dare you? How dare you belittle the dad polo like this? I'm gonna change into it right now. God, I physically feel ill already. Ooh. I am in hell. I have so much real estate, but I am choosing to do this the worst possible way. Okay, hold on. Okay, hold on. Oh, God. Okay, hold on. Okay, hold on. Oh, man. Oh, those khaki... Are they even cargo shorts? These khaki shorts are... yep. Uh-huh. Okay, hold on. Okay, hold on. Perfect. God, I literally look like a college, like, water polo bro or a lacrosse bro. Oh, I'm physically ill. Dad shorts, yeah. Zoomed in on Elish's crotch. Ayo. Well, I mean, you know. I had to do it to him stance? No! Hey, Marin. Oh my fucking god. I know somebody who said that they were collecting Garlean cheese, and I thought it was just a very weird meme that they were doing, but I think I understand it now. Cheese, Grommet. The Curious Courier's persistent beeping has a ring of finality to it. Contact from Mistress Tataru. She sends word that she is presently on her way with the final group of visitors. Whoever they are, I've no doubt that they shall find our sanctuary more than satisfactory. Having been so honored by the Admiral practically guarantees it. Now, pray make for the western inlet. With haste, with haste! God. Truly just a normal outfit a normal person might wear. Sorry to have kept you waiting, Elish. Oh, I've got a lot of feelings. Okay. Let's just take it for what it is. Yeah. Forgive our intrusion. Ulysses Pier Norbanus, reporting for recreation. I thought it best we not arrive in uniform, but these are my comrades of the First Legion. Oh, Ulysses, did you think reporting for your island vacation in military uniform would be a bad idea? Ulysses, did you think so? They have been laboring daily to ensure the Garlean community's needs are met. Just stop wearing the First Legion's outfits. Tataru's invitation came as a surprise to all of us, but, well, do you remember how we insisted the twins take proper leave from their duties in Garlemald? They informed the Ilsabard contingent of their impending departure, of course, and apparently the news traveled fast. Specifically to Amanelane and Sicard, according to Lucia, they were uncommonly allied in their insistence that our Garlean comrades needed a vacation above anyone. Knowing full well the relaxation to be found on your island, they wasted no time in hatching a plan to ensure the Garlean community's most indefatigable workers benefited from such pleasurable environs. Thus, we lured out Ulysses and his contingent. And by Amanelane's airship, Sicard's swiftest vessel, and my wee little rowboat, delivered our fine guests to your lovely island. Okay. Like, we'll later, Battle Manoy. Like, I just have a lot of feelings about the Garlemald section. We had our reservations at first, but could not in good conscience refuse such a generous offer. So here we are, vacationing. Ulysses is a good being. We do like Ulysses. I don't know that the Euless you see now and the Euless you see during Endwalker MSQ are the same person. Not literally, not like he's been cloned or something like that. I mean, in terms of the writing, it's like, God, I hate you people sometimes. I mean that in terms of the character writer for him before and the character writer for him now. And also Mesvia brings up the good point. This should be swelteringly hot for him. That's the spirit. Now, what would you like to do? Lounge on the beach? Soak in the greenery? Tour the island's landmarks? What do you think? It has to be. I know it's a pastime in like idyllic anime scenes to be like to have a bunch of kids catching bugs together, but it has to be an Animal Crossing reference, right? How about a stroll through the wilds? Not a bad idea. From the looks of it, this island's wilderness seems plentiful enough to get lost in. Mountains, forests, and no doubt rivers. I can think of no better place to undergo survival training. Okay. For all his willingness to humor us, something tells me he's not a practiced vacationer. How about we pay a visit to Elish's mammoths? You can see the sort of work they get up to and even try your hand at some of their tasks if you so chose. Do you keep crops on this island? The art of cultivation has been passed down in my family for generations, and I would be happy to tend to the fields. I have some experience in caring for animals. My mother and father were once farmhands, and I have fond memories of learning the trade. My family once made good business in forestry. From logging to splitting firewood, I'm your man. Okay. Okay. Sure. Why wouldn't you say that? What sort of epic saga would exist to inform us that you are not, in fact, an agricultural people? We Garleans are an agricultural people first and foremost. Even after we were driven north, we found arable land and nurtured fields with enough crop to spare for livestock. What's more, before ceruleum and iron, we relied upon lumber to build our houses and heat our hearth. Unlike my parents' and grandparents' time, most of us led simple lives in simple homes, not unlike those you found abandoned in Lapis Manalis. Is that so? I must say I hadn't anticipated such an enthusiasm for agriculture, but I'm glad to hear it. That's because everything they just said is nonsense. It seems your island is in good hands. Shall we head for the hideaway? Then allow me to lead the way. The Garlean Reapers were former farmers. Right, but like that happened 80 years ago, JR. Like there's okay, so here's the reason why I'm making all of these faces during this like admittedly quite sweet sequence, right? So ostensibly somewhere in this area there is, oh god, what is it? Locus Amonis or Corvus Belli, I think is what it's called. I can't remember 100%. So there is some island in this area that the Garleans originated on, and then also Graha Tir originated on. And so supposedly, if you believe the Garlean story, which we don't have any other account, so we have no reason to distrust it, the Garleans were kicked off of the island and forced to do an overland migration all the way across Ilsabard until they eventually landed in Garlemald, where by virtue of it being an inhospitable, like frozen wasteland, that's where they sort of resettle, right? But this journey takes 80 years. I talked about it in that one PowerPoint I did. But it's like, it's a really big deal. And as a backdrop for the Garlean sort of perspective and understanding, I get it. But then for 80 years, they're the Garlean Empire. Solus, like, it's just... it's fine. We love... It's fine. We love video games. I love video games. Locust Among Us. Yep, that's what it was called. We should have known that the Garleans were traitors the whole time. The Mammoths have escorted our guests to their respective areas of interest. Everyone seems eager to get started. I hope they find it to be a good change of pace. Compared to the Garlemald of recent times, this tropical paradise offers far more in the way of... Ah! I forgot about my tropical gifts. You hit the button to call an emergency meeting. Yeah, fair enough. I did not bring up Emmett Selk in that situation. I brought up legitimate legatus Solus, who eventually becomes the Emperor because he's possessed by Emmett Selk, which is not the same person. I prepared some garments for Eulis and the others, but entirely forgot to present them once we arrive. We can still catch up to them, though. You'll help me deliver them, won't you? I'll give you the outfits for Eulis, his quiet friend, and that strapping lad with the love of lumber. You can leave the others to me. Let's meet back here afterwards. God. What have I done to get the chat of the, like, thirstiest Emmett appreciators in all the lands? Oh, Elish, we were just talking about you. Is it true you built all this from nothing? As someone who was raised in the capital and joined the military directly after graduation, I'm not possessed of the same skills as others in my contingent. I find your work here truly impressive. I wasn't even sure what jobs were available on an island like this, so I've been having this mammoth explain your operation here as we tour the facilities. Tropical attire. A bundle of garments fit for tropical climes, handpicked by Tataru. Garments. I thought my civilian attire suitable for such recreational ventures, but perhaps not. Still, this is unbelievably light, quite a far cry from our hefty uniforms. We'll find somewhere to change. Extend Tataru our thanks, will you? Here, Manius. Have you and Elish been properly introduced? The name Manius is doing something to me, but it might just be the common, like, suffix, right? Aye, we had occasion to speak some time ago. That Victor's spoils, as I recall, though you were trailing a tiny chocobo at the time, not to mention that spider-like communicator. Very cute. Extra cutscene for those that did the Endwalker Omega quests. Hell yeah. Never seen a more curious piece of magitech. There I am, graveside, and start spouting philosophical queries at me. A tiny chocobo in philosophical magitech. You sure you weren't dreaming? Of course I wasn't dreaming. I'm not like some of us who drift off during lecture and start loudly scolding our kid siblings in our sleep. It was one time. Let me live it down already. Ha! If I don't keep your elite arse humble, who will? You're stuck with me, Euless. What is the meaning of life? I'm trying to mourn, tiny Spider Mac. Yeah, Omega's not exactly the most accommodating or understanding of boys, right? Hello there. I was just on my way to gather some wood with this mammoth. We've already read the tropical attire. Tropical attire? For me, you and the young miss are most generous hosts. I shall look forward to changing into this upon my return. For now, the wilds call. If training... Okay, Japan. If training under Lord Quintus all those years left me with anything, it is a confidence to overcome any hardship. I dare say felling a few trees might prove relaxing in comparison. I have so many crystals because they're necessary to crafting. I actually need way more wind crystals and way more ice crystals. I managed to catch up with the others. How did you fare? Yeah, sometimes you go on a crafting binge, and sometimes your other friends ask you to give them all of your crystals. Wonderful. With their new tropical wear, hopefully their stay will be all the more comfortable. Now then, while our guests enjoy their activities, we should make preparations for a meal. Working outside in the fresh air is bound to whet the appetite, don't you think? We could have a wonderful little party on the beach when they return. You went through so many crystals making your relics. I'm sorry, JR. Give them Gil. You're not a crystal bank. I'm also not a Gil bank either, Nyx. Imagine if you were, though. The game would play very differently. It's strange, you know. Oh my god. The downtime between 6.55 and Dawn Trail is the beach episode. It's the filler arc. To be here, now, like this, after so much has happened. First, the death of Emperor Solus, then Emperor Varus was assassinated, and life as we knew it was pushed straight into the abyss. How blind we were, and how heavy a price we paid for it. Okay. In our ignorance, we fed the fires of conflict that gave rise to anima and lost everything we held dear. Our friends, our families. Okay. The Ilsabard contingent arrived in the midst of that chaos to save us from ourselves, but the damage was already done. Countless were tempered that night, myself included. Yet, that wasn't the end. You and your allies found a cure and roused us from that waking nightmare. Into another. A scorching sky, our star being ravaged by the final days. What was left after such calamity? A mountain of problems heaped like the rubble of our capital. We didn't even know where to start picking up the pieces. And then came along Alphino and Alizé, the Hainish satrap, and Zero, of course. She came, befriended us, and then left as suddenly as she arrived. Damn, she didn't stay for aftercare? That's how life is, isn't it? One unpredictable thing after the next, time passing in an inexorable flow. And it is through the ups and downs of each passing day that I finally realized something. Honestly, it's so obvious I could laugh. Every beginning has an end. We are destined to experience loss, all of us. Yet, it is the culmination of these endings that builds a future. Goodness, I even got caught up in the festivities. Who would have guessed we'd one day be drinking and singing the night away with Garlean comrades? I have feelings about how all of this has been handled. We finished reporting our progress to your mammoths and indicated where they might easily resume the tasks we were entrusted. This was just what we needed. Thank you. I've no doubt that remembering our stay here will make even the coldest nights seem a little warmer. I'd hoped to express our thanks in a more material manner, but seeing as we're still reliant upon the goodwill of other nations, I'm afraid the labor we provided is the most we can offer. From what the mammoths tell me, your workmanship was exemplary. We should be thanking you. I'm glad to hear it. The mammoths were likewise generous with their expertise, so please extend them our gratitude. We'll put all we learned here to good use back home. And once Garlemald has regained her footing, I'll extend you an invitation. In the summer, I think, when the wind sweeps across the meadows to the snow-capped mountains beyond. After seeing your beautiful isle, I have a strong feeling you'll like it. I look forward to it. As do we. And now that we're refreshed, we'll work doubly hard to see that day come to pass. Until we meet again, Ellie, take care. Yeah. If you're all ready to go, pray wait for me by the skiff. Rest assured that Tataru's wee little rowboat shall see you safely and comfortably to your connecting vessel. With this, I officially have no more guests to bring you. Thinking back, we made wonderful memories here, didn't we? With friends both old and new, near and far. While I am glad the Island Sanctuary initiative succeeded, far more precious to me is the time we spent here together. How about you, Elish? Did you enjoy the change of pace? Nothing could make me happier. Nothing would make me happier if you did. No matter where adventure leads, may your hideaway here continue to serve you for summers and summers to come. Island Sanctuary depreciated. You are no longer able to go to your Island Sanctuary hideaways. It did get, in fact, 6 cheeses. Hurry up and make the venue before you go be a dancer for somewhere else. You're allowed to seek gainful employment somewhere else, Battle Benoy. There's no guarantee that during the FC meeting we'll pass making Sky Hall into a venue. Venues are a lot of work. A lot of work. Also, I feel bad about not saying it because it was so funny, and I think everybody sort of skipped it. Sathi said, do you guys ever get the urge to stuff Demeist in a locker? And like, I didn't want to acknowledge it because I thought a lot of people would already be all over that one, but then nobody was, so, you know. No more Island Sanctuary quests. Ahoo hoo 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 hoo. Ahoo hoo 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 hoo. Okay. So I've been told that there's also Tataru Adventures. Northern Empty? Yeah. Yeah, like I think the Garlean stuff... Is there not Tataru Adventures? I think the Garlean stuff really lacked sort of a clearness of vision. because I do feel as though there's like good material in there, but I don't know that I don't know that I'm satisfied with sort of the end conclusion. Again, and I think it comes down to this is gonna be me. This is gonna be me going like real off the deep end here. So if you're in a place where you're not feeling super great emotionally or mentally, feel free to pop out of this one, because we're talking about serious stuff, as we always end up doing with this. I think my biggest frustration with the Garlean Empire, after I started recontextualizing it in the context of the Japanese Empire as opposed to the Nazi Germany, is I keep thinking about the denial of like the Japanese government for the rape of Nanking, and like that's the thing that keeps bothering me about it, is the whole like, oh, don't worry, Garleans are good guys now. It's all totally good. We've never done anything worth like demonstrating or denoting. And like a lot of people have brought up in like RP previously, that like Ishgard has done incredible atrocities. Gridania has done incredible atrocities. And I'm not going to say they haven't, right? I think the idea that there is any large body of humans that are all together that does not create catastrophic errors and problems is probably not accurate. But the thing that's like the hardest for me with regards to the Garleans specifically is that the entire idea was this hegemonic power, and I just am so dissatisfied with like now Garlemald, right? Like I don't know. I feel like the transition to being like, oh, actually it's totally chill, don't worry about it, was so fast and so painless. And I understand why, right? Like it's a game, we want to live in an idealized world where we can like enjoy ourselves and like, think about the best faces of humanity. But like I don't know that that's what the best faces of humanity would do or should do. I don't know. But anyways, talking about Garlean stuff was dried up 1,000 years ago. That content mine is all empty. Oh no, wait, hold on. Oh no, hold on. Well, okay. Well, we've got to do something about the Garlean cheese, I guess. Yeah, sure. We're still convinced that 2 expansions got squished into 1. The Garlemald story got shortened to make way for Endwalker main plot with the final days. I'm right there with you on that one, JR. And also, right, like, they never seem to really commit one way or the other, right? Like, the whole introduction of, like, Black Rose and all these other weapons of mass destructions, They like never really committed to them being like, this is a real world analog, or them being like, oh no, it's all magic, bro, don't worry about it, right? Like, I don't know. It was like Stormblood in that way. You know what, Nyx? Of course. Why didn't I think about that? That's actually a very good comparison point. Yes, it has big Stormblood energy for sure. Which I'm not going to elaborate, obviously. Treasured bonds. Medjina seems eager to share something with you. Hellish, I have wonderful news. Thanks to your tireless deliveries, we are now overwhelmed with orders. Mistress Tataru's plan was a success. That's another shipment sent. I don't think I've ever packed so many parcels in my life. I don't believe we've met before, have we? Oh, hello there, you? I gotta say, I don't believe we've met before, right? My apologies. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Hashtad. Like so many Hainish refugees, I left my home in Palaka's stand and came to Sharlayan during the final days. You've saved my life more than once. I've been working at Taru's boutique with Medjina and Varsharud, albeit behind the scenes. It's rare that I have occasion to visit the storefront. An unfortunate side effect of the constant demands on all our staff, though I think we all agree that the hustle and bustle is for the best. Kills you can never do fantasy voice acting because you sound chronically Californian. I don't want to be a massive downer if you do have any dreams of doing voice acting, Battle Benoy, but as somebody who was doing voice acting for supplemental income for a little bit, the field is barren. The field is dry. Behold, the field where I would sow all of my money trees if I got any money from voice acting anymore. It's rough. Turns out, the second you could get a robot to say things near the quality of a human, people would prefer that. So, you know. But don't you wonder what we'll do once the samples have served their purpose? Our equipment is crafted to last, which is wonderful, of course, but also means that our customers are not like to require replacements for some time. Therefore, if we are not constantly receiving new customers, our good fortune will eventually sour, no? Mistress Tataru isn't so foolish as to not have anticipated such things. I'm sure she's already coming up with new and exciting products to offer our existing clients. Actually, I had an idea of my own for a new product, I mean. In fact, I presented it to Mistress Tataru just the other day. A new uniform to outfit the academics and researchers of Sharlayan. Oh, how enterprising. And what did she say? Well, she seems hesitant, which I could only interpret as reluctance to hurt my feelings with explicit rejection. But then she told me to look further into it and draft a formal proposal for review. That's wonderful, Medjina. When she said look into it further, did she mean for you to conduct some manner of market survey of the academics and researchers? Just so. But, well, some are involved in such sensitive work that simply approaching them is out of the question. Which is to say, my petition to enter Labyrinthos was denied. Instead, I decided to try the studium. Secretarial Mammoth was only too happy to arrange a meeting with an academic representative. But now it's come down to it, I'm feeling ill with nerves. If it were on Mistress Tataru's behalf, it would be different, but this was my initiative, my idea. I'd offer to accompany you, but I have to mind the counter. Perhaps you could offer Medjina your support? Oh, thank you. Can I come as well? I'd like to start thinking of what supplies we'll need for our artisans once your plan is approved. Of course. Very well then. To the studium we go. Living Way, Naimia, and Halone all have the same voice actress. Their voices are so different, especially Naimia and Halone, since they're literally in the same raid. Wow, yeah. I don't know that I would have picked up on that. It's crazy. This is not where I was supposed to go, actually. Oops. Menfina and Zero having the same voice. I don't know if that impresses me as much. No offense to the voice actress, because I do agree about like complex ranges. But I do feel as though Zero's voice is very subdued. Like I don't know if it's a particularly complex accent, if that makes sense. Can you solo Shadowbringer maps because a portal just popped for yours? I don't know if you can add people to your party after the portal pops. But somebody will be able to correct me on that one. Oh my god. I do not want to see Monteshane. Please do not reintroduce us to Monteshane. In Thavnir, a man of science is almost certainly a practitioner of the alchemical arts, but these scholars pursue all manner of disciplines, some less practical than others from what I have seen. This building might well be a temple for how austere it feels. I'm glad I have your company. I was told Kia Aliapa would be meeting us here. I'm sure they will be along shortly. Hello, representatives from Taru's boutique, I presume. Pleased to make your acquaintance. My name is Medjina, and I am ever so obliged to you for making the time to speak with us. Kia Leopo at your service, and there's no need to stand on ceremony, I assure you. Most of our academics are far more concerned with their research than pleasantries, admittedly to their detriment at times. Anyway, how may I help you this evening? A uniform for our academics and researchers, you say? I myself am ill-equipped to offer an authoritative opinion on the matter, so permit me to arrange some meetings with faculty representatives. No, it's gonna be Monteshane. Please make yourselves comfortable in the auditorium while I go and summon a few of our more personable personnel. Who is Mr. Best Buy? That's our main character. That's our main character memo. Oh, they're looking to make uniforms for the researchers, not the teachers. I see. You don't recognize them outside of the hot pink pants? It's been a while since I've had the cowboy glam. Lalafell, old. Well, in the Faculty of Archaeology, we spend much of our time traipsing about ancient ruins, which often ends up ruining our clothes, if you'll pardon the pun. An outfit durable enough to handle extended use would be welcome, but it would need to be lightweight and breathable as well. Equatorial deserts can be most taxing, but then many relics are hidden at the bottom of lakes, and northern waters can get quite chilly. What do you mean? You don't think that counts as a female voice, JR? As it stands, my colleagues and I throw on any old thing for our field work. Whatever we have on hand that is suitable for the conditions, with the understanding it may need to be disposed of afterwards. Funding for research and equipment and the like is precious enough as it is, and we can't afford to have dozens of bespoke garments for every situation, which is probably not what you were hoping to hear, I realize. No, thank you for your candor. It's true, new kit can be rather expensive. We must ensure our prices stay affordable. The ideal outfit for astronomers. Well, catch you, Salvies. Thanks for hanging out. How in the world am I to answer that? I know less than nothing about fashion. Well, I suppose we astronomers often conduct our celestial observations from locales remote and subsequently chilly, you know, mountaintops and the like. So something warm? Ah, I see. Yeah, obviously we have not done studium deliveries, so. If warm is truly their only requirement, then I think it's safe to say this is the opposite of an untapped market niche. The Faculty of Medicine has strict requirements for dress on account of hygiene regulation. Fabrics that are resistant to stains and possess antibacterial properties are a must, for example. Additionally, we students of nutritional sciences must vigorously dart about the kitchen, so dressing for comfort is nearly as essential as cleanliness. And if it were fashionable enough to perhaps inspire others to follow in our footsteps, all the better. We require no such clothing in the Faculty of Anthropology, for we make all that we require right here. Rather, Professor Tankin prefers to do so, that he might better understand how necessity begets innovation. An outfit that ameliorates Aether sickness, without a doubt. You'd think we at the Faculty of Aetherology would have developed such an outfit by now, no? But alas, our primary projects demand every moment we possess. We cannot afford to divide our resources. Well, how did it go? I don't know, to be honest. Everyone has such different preferences that I'm not sure if it's even possible to satisfy them all. A fair concern. The Studium's facilities are filled with opinionated individuals, each with their own peculiarities. Additionally, our academics spend much of their time engaged in fieldwork as opposed to seminars, which further complicates stipulations of dress. Academics sound just as unique as adventurers. The Makote has different dialogues if you've finished his fishing quests. Gotcha. Indeed, it was naive to assume that one type of uniform could account for the needs of all academics. We had best return to the boutique. Thank you for your assistance, Mistress Eliapon. So what you're saying is, before we get to Variant Dungeon, we should do all of the Studium deliveries. And I truly thought I had a good idea. No doubt Mistress Tataru knew its folly, but had me research it regardless, so that I might reach the conclusion on my own. She meant well, I am sure. See how the hardships make you strong. That's an important phrase to you, isn't it? It is. Indeed it is. It comes from the teachings bestowed upon us by the old gods. Many Hainish held fast to those words and their wisdom during the final days so as to not give in to despair. When we call upon the divinities, it is not to beg for salvation, but for guidance. So long as we live by their teachings, there is no hardship we cannot overcome. This is a core tenet of Hainish faith that has seen us through much adversity since the founding of our nation. It is as you say, Hashtag, but yet until you did, it did not occur to me to consider how they might apply to my personal struggle. Coming to Charlayan and working with Mistress Tataru at the boutique, I've met so many peoples from all sorts of cultures, but in trying so hard to accommodate their wants and needs, I fear my own heritage has become an afterthought. Hey, Lemmy. There is no shame in dedicating yourself to your work, and as we all have our limits, compromise and sacrifice are inevitable. It may surprise you, but once I aspired to become a steward. To look back on it now, it feels fanciful. Strange that we so easily let our dreams be cast aside by circumstance. I swore nothing would stand between me and my chosen path, and yet here I am. Hashtag gonna be me when it comes 2025. Gotta go buy a cashmere poncho. Hold on. I know the divinities will guide us wheresoever we go, but what if we stray too far? Would I be a fool to suggest that perhaps we should return to Thavnir? But Mistress Tataru has done so much for us. We cannot simply leave the boutique on a moment's notice. Maybe not, but what of our family and friends? It is one thing for us to send money and well wishes, but I wonder if we could not do more if we were there, helping to rebuild. We haven't been back to the village since the final days, and if we're already forgetting our old lives, I don't know. I just think Mistress Tataru should know how we feel is all. Best Buy guy is not going to be Elish's Dawn Trail fit. I do think it sort of typifies the energy of the evening, though. I suppose I have been dedicating myself to work, but is this who I wanted to become? A Hainish who has forgotten her culture? Basarud says that Mistress Tataru should be stopping by soon. When I asked how she felt about returning to Thavnir, she said she'd need time to consider. For my part, at least, I think consulting with Mistress Tataru will help put my mind at ease. My, what a busy counter we have this morning. Hashtad, it's good to see you out from behind your usual shipping crates. Yes, I thought I'd come and help Megina with her research. We've just returned from interviewing academics at the studio. About that, Mistress Tataru. Suffice it to say, the requirements were all radically different. I know I said the uniform for researchers and academics, but I am afraid I may have deeply underestimated the feasibility of such a project. Wouldn't it be overestimated the feasibility of such a project? That's perfectly all right. The important thing is to learn from what you discover so you can retain and apply that knowledge as you continue on your entrepreneurial journey. The right idea for a new product will find us when it's ready. In the meantime, I have more samples in need of delivery, and seeing as Elish is very conveniently standing within my line of sight. Oh no! 1,000 pardons, Mistress Tataru, but before you continue, I wish to speak with you about a personal matter. You have shown us incredible charity, which makes all this the more difficult to ask, but I wonder if I should return home to Thavnir? I don't know that that counts as an argument, JR. I think that's a very fine point. These two consider themselves Hainish and are from Palaka's stand. They don't live in the city itself. Yes. I think that is a very fine point. But I will say, is that a difference between? Sorry, yeah. As I screenshot, is that a difference between, like, because okay, so here's another thing that sort of brings to mind this, right? Brings to mind this. Sure. If the okay, so this is absolutely nothing. We're about to mad deviate. The idea of the nation state is a unique thing in the sort of modern geopolitical landscape because of three factors, right? You have factor number one, you have the idea of the nation being an ideological pedagogue, right? So, for example, you and I being of the same nation, it means that we identify with the same place. So to use a world inside of Final Fantasy XIV, if you and I identify as Sharlayan, right, we culturally identify as Sharlayan. The reason why the nation state came up and was such an interesting thing, the state being the political actor, the mechanisms and machinations by which decision-making processes are done, and by which bills and resources are allocated on a larger scale, is because the state did not used to exist along the same lines as the nation, right? So you would have sort of a situation like the Garlean Empire, right? Where the national identity of some people were people who lived in Wurlit, or the national identity were Dalmaskins, right? But the state that they lived in was the Garlean state. Now, obviously, we have examples, right? There's all sorts of situations with cross-cutting cleavages between different social groups. But for the most part, it is generally not untrue to say that if you live in the United States of America, the state, that you identify as a United States citizen. which with very broad strokes about that statement. There are plenty of people who would disagree or sort of raise counter arguments on that one, but this is just for the purposes of a very broad sweeping statement. Now you enter into a new complication, which is, so you've got a cultural identity, for lack of a better phrase. You've got the like governmental identity, but then you now have a problem of locales within the larger whole. So with regards to the concept of city-states historically, the city-states don't identify as a part of the nation, right? So Athens has numerous smaller towns and settlements around it that all work for Athens. They've been basically conquered or subjugated by them, but they themselves are not Athenians. Does that make sense? They themselves are residents of whatever that town or place is. But in the world of Final Fantasy XIV, that doesn't exist. In the world of Final Fantasy XIV, just because you're from Costa del Sol does not make you a Costa del Solian. It makes you a Limsa-Lominsan, right? And that sort of deviation between different locales and the cultural identity associated with them is the reason why I've got such a problem with Radzat-Han, Thavnir, and Hainish, right? Because there are things that are Aldonard customs that are larger than the nation scale almost, it feels like. But that's because Eorzea almost feels like the true nation. And then you could identify each of the three city-states not as their own individual states and actors, but just as representative cities within it, in the same way that Boston is a city, New York City in the state. So if Eorzea was the country, then the conventional human metrics by which we in the real world refer to things would be more or less the same. But the problem is that Eorzea is not the state, right? The problem is that the state is identified as these smaller individual spaces that are untrue to real world analogs. Which, again, I gotta do more research. I have absolutely no doubt that Wirebone is correct, but it is a one fear inside of me, right? But all right, let's keep rocking and rolling. Please do not mistake this as dissatisfaction with our arrangement. If anything, I've grown so accustomed to life in Charlayan that I fear I've begun to forget myself, my dreams, my faith, the person I used to be before I came here. Not only that, in spite of my regular remittances, I worry that our village struggles to rebuild after the final days, while I live happily removed from a burden I ought to share more. It feels disingenuous to both my home and the many kindnesses you continue to show us. I see. And do you both feel the same? I've been so devoted to my work that I haven't given much thought to returning until Hashtad mentioned it, but to claim that I am not worried about the village would be a lie. While I am of similar mind to Megina, I must nevertheless remain here. Among other reasons, there is a project I am resolved to complete. The project being the gift for Tataru, I think? Well, I would be very sorry to see any of you go, but if remaining here causes you grief, I will spare no effort to see you safely home. Which is why I have decided that our next set of samples shall be delivered to Palika's stand. Furthermore, I ask that those who wish to accompany Elish on his errand, that those who wish to visit accompany Elish on his errand. Seeing how your village fares is no doubt the best thing for you both right now. It will help you to understand your feelings, after which we may proceed howsoever you desire. Denisar, thank you so much for reading the chat rules. It's from a game called Banner Saga. I keep saying that I need to change that, and I keep forgetting to do it. Wow. Holy moly. I just wrote your name instead of writing down that I need to change the chat rules. Change chat rules. But I appreciate that. Yeah, it's a game where I ended up making a premature decision before finishing the game, and ultimately I ended up suffering for that. So it's you know, it's something that's very indicative of my experiences with Final Fantasy XIV as well. Yeah. Your name is now graced with my wonderful handwriting. I don't know about wonderful, but and should your colleagues require it, nope. And should your colleagues require it, I'm sure you can be relied upon to dispense the perfect advice. Medina, Hashtag, give everyone my regards. Then it's settled. I'll begin preparing the samples at once. Allow me to assist. No matter what happens, we must finish Mistress Tataru's necklace. Are we ready to proceed with the restoration, do you think? I dare say we have enough additional materials, thanks to Elish's dedication. As for the work itself, I thought we could entrust it to the lapidary Mistress Tataru once apprenticed with? Oh, Celine, pink-haired. I was sort of hoping that I could do it. Can I say that because I'm a goldsmith? Ever so eager to contribute. Fear not, I have an especially important job for you later, if you'll pardon the mystery for now. Let's leave the necklace in Vasharud's capable hands and join Hashtag in Scholar's Harbor. Oh boy! Oh. Should I change out of the Best Buy fit? No? Okay. Dye the shirt red to turn it into a Target fit. Ooh. I never imagined we'd get the opportunity to return so quickly. I hope everyone is doing well. I remember when we first set foot upon these docks. After a long, exhausting journey through frozen wastes, after surviving those horrid beasts, Mistress Tataru was a warm beacon of light. Working at the boutique has helped us to rebuild our lives, but I will never forget that feeling of powerlessness. Should I have stayed in Palaka's stand and tried to defend my people? Was I a coward to flee? Is it a betrayal to my home and myself to remain here? I can't stop thinking in circles. Oh my god, welcome to Best Buy. Get me out of here. Anyway, I'm glad for this opportunity to better understand where my heart truly lies. All will be well, I'm sure, but we must be off, lest we miss our connecting flight. Oh, that's also something that I was thinking about previously, JR. Sorry, to go back to the Hainish, Bradzet Han, Thavnarian conversation. There's also, it's so rare that geographical boundaries so perfectly fit physical locations, right? And what I mean by this is, if you look at the map, right? So we know Vilbrand is the name of this island off the coast, and that we know that a part of Vilbrand, Ogamore, is the area that the kobolds inhabit, and we know that Lenosha is sort of the rest of the area. But for all intents and purposes, right, when Merylweb refers to the good ship Vilbrand, she's not always referring to Ogamoro. She starts doing that later, but for all intents and purposes, if anybody talks about Vilbrand in Eorzea, what they mean is they mean Lenosha, right? And so the two of those terms become a slightly more interchangeable. Similarly with Radzat Han, right? It's so unique for an entire like large landmass like this to both be its own like singular nation as well as like be so defined geographically, because like, you know, for example, if you were going to talk about if you were going to talk about American influences on other cultures, right? You could sort of use the broad sweeping brush of the statement of American, but you could also be more specific, right? You could also talk about Californian influences. You could definitely sort of isolate that down and narrow it down. And the Washington D.C. comparison is good in my opinion, but I think the bigger problem I personally have with Washington D.C. is Washington D.C. is not so clearly defined as a unit, right? Because Washington D.C. is surrounded on all sides by very easily traversable terrain, whereas Radzat Han, Thavnir, the Hainish culture is so very specifically found within the same boundaries for all of those. So yeah. All right. How I've missed the smell of spice and this warmth. We're back. We're truly back in Thavnir. Was Radzat Han always this grand? Can't believe we lived so close, yet rarely made the trip. You remember how it was. Village duties always kept us all too busy for travel. Defending pilgrims was trying enough for the stewards, even before the final days. I wonder how many temple roads are still traversable. If even those in Radzat Han struggle to travel for worship, our feelings of estrangement may be more common than we think. Thank you, TechnoWiz. I will go ahead and hydrate. Ooh. Hello? Sorry, a little bit of audio difficulties. Since we've come all this way, would you mind terribly if Hastad and I toured the city on our own? Let's plan to meet in Palaka's Stand anon. Oofa doofa. Well, I don't think we're gonna finish the role quest. What are we doing? We're doing Tataru's Grand Endeavor? Ooh. Yeah. What quest was near the Aetheryte? We can go check it out in a hot sec, JR, sorry. Oh. Home at last. Yes, home. I can finally breathe again. Come, let's go and find the Elder. Elder Yeruvet. Heshtad, Medina, how wonderful it is to see you. I have been so worried. Tell me, how is life in Charlayan? Are you being treated well? Oh yes, Elder. Our employer, Mistress Tataru, is the kindest of businesswomen. In fact, she arranged for us to accompany Elish on his errand here, so we might enjoy some time at home. That is very good of her, indeed. I am relieved to hear you are being looked after. You are ever a guardian to our people. Thank you for seeing these children safely home. Now then, what is this errand you speak of? How splendid! Our stewards shall put these to good use, you may be assured. If only we could repay your generosity with something even half as marvelous. Alas, ours is a village of little extravagance. Everything seems as it ever was. Indeed, with the support of the Radiant Host and the funds you and others have sent, we've regained much of the peace we once knew. Thank the sisters. Still, there is something I wish to speak with you about, Elder. You are worried, your heart grows distant from Thavnir, that you have wandered too far from home. How do you want to bet this ends? Thavnir is not a place, it's a people. You always have Thavnir in your heart. Those are my two big guesses. But my child, it is only right that you should wander, that you should roam. Your heart's connections endures no matter where you go. You yet think of us fondly enough to visit, yes, and send us what gil you can spare, do you not? Gestures, perhaps, but not true commitment. Should I not be here with all of you, working to restore our village? There is no restoring our village, Heshtad. Without those we lost, Palika's stand will never be what it was. We must instead do all we can to become a new village, with a new future ahead of us. Although the particulars of that path are not yet clear to me. How so? Ours has always been a settlement of stewards, as well you know, tasked with the protection and preservation of Thavnir's sacred sites. But we have seen our roads shaken and temples defiled by beasts. The material is not always within our ability to protect.
What is everlasting is our faith, the bonds between our people and the divine. Through the old teachings, we remind ourselves of life's meaning. Yet if we wish to ensure our tradition endure for generations to come, should we not strive to do more than maintain our temples until pilgrims deign to visit? But I do not wish to tire you with an old man's musings. Surely there are other ways of ensuring our people remain connected to their heritage and faith. All we need is the right idea, something new our village could offer. Well, well, my words seem to have inspired you, and with the worldly insights you have gained, I am sure any future you envision for Palaka's stand will be nothing short of remarkable. But there is no need to rush. Take some time to speak with the others and make yourselves at home. Palaka's stand is charged with the preservation of Thavnair's divine teachings. Our methods to accomplish this must naturally change with the times. How else can the village help to strengthen our people's connections to their faith? More precious than Gil, Hashtad is deep in thought. How foolish I was to think the answer would be so simple. I would come home, roll up my sleeves, and help restore our village to the way it was. I would find fulfillment. Alas, not all that was lost can be reclaimed. Our people face a new struggle, but perhaps by discovering new ways for the village to fulfill its duty, we may yet help our community. Exactly. Like the elder said, surely our experiences in Sharlayan have given us a unique perspective. Not to mention Elish's extensive knowledge of the world, I'm sure that between the three of us, we can come up with a brilliant plan to support Palaka's stand. Yes, you are right. And I'm sure that hearing how everyone fares will give us insights as well. If you think of any ideas, we would be glad to hear them. Okay. Not a soul here will ever forget the hero of Palaka's stand. I am sure everyone will be just as eager to speak with you as us. There are also others with whom I'd like to speak once we finished here. Of course, we mustn't forget to pay our respects. NPC time. Bum, 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 bum. Now, I keep forgetting. Do the NPCs obey, like, terrain rules? Okay. I feel like there was one point in time in which they would just, like, walk over everything in the straightest line possible. Excuse me, I couldn't help but notice that beautiful equipment you delivered to the Elder. As a weaver who crafts armor for our stewards, I would love to hear more about its origins. Created in cooperation with guilds from across the world. Oh, I must have a closer look. The final days exposed the limitations of my skills. Traditional Thavnarian techniques alone did not suffice. I am eager to hone my craft by studying the work of foreign artisans. Although in my weaker moments, I wonder if purchasing armor for our stewards would be the superior solution. Alas, that would require a surplus of coin as well as available product. As a village sustained by donations and remittances, we would be hard-pressed to afford anything so expensive, even if our suppliers were to venture this deep into the jungle. So, what are we thinking? Are they going to sell, like, charms? Like a Shinto temple? Aside from the money we and others working elsewhere send back, the village is largely reliant upon the generosity of the faithful. Our avenues of income are quite limited. Unthinkable in a place like Charlayan, perhaps, but it's how we've always done things. Even so, I wonder if an arrangement is still viable in this day and age. It would do little good to return home only to become a burden. That's why I'm determined to come up with an idea that will help our village. Oh, hello there. Staying for a while or just passing through? Because I think I'm gonna cancel the Demised After Dark stream today. We'll play it by ear, but yeah. Our recovery has been slow but steady, though I am concerned for those who still struggle with wounds our healers cannot cure. The final days may have passed, but grief and trauma are not so easily overcome, or ever for those who must accept them as constant companions. Ours is a tightly knit community, but I worry for those in the capital and abroad. I imagine it is difficult for them to honor the old teachings as they labor far from home. So many of us fled during those dark times. If only we could bring the comforts of our community to all Hingish. Welcome back, Ender Friend. I'm honestly just not feeling great. And no offense, because I appreciate everybody who's here right now. It doesn't feel like a Demised After Dark is gonna actually get to anybody, right? If it isn't Hashtad and Medina, accompanied by our savior no less. Welcome home, welcome home. True, we're a bit short-handed these days, but we manage, nevertheless. While there is a happiness in being reunited with our young ones, we're just as happy knowing you are walking your own path, no matter where it leads. I remember Hashtad couldn't wait to become a steward when he was little, but as far as I'm concerned, sending aid from afar is just as praiseworthy as tending to the temples here. Times are changing, and who is to say that this cannot be another form of stewardship? A steward who supports the village from afar. I never even considered the possibility. Seeing everyone so eager to help one another makes me more determined than ever to contribute. But before anything else, shall we go? Let's. It'll be good to visit. To Perusada. Could we ask you to accompany us? The temple roads are perilous, and your presence would be a great comfort. Do what makes me feel best. I mean, what I feel like I should do is do Demised After Dark because it's on the schedule. But there's no point in me doing something if there's nobody here to see it, I think is my thought process. So, you know. When I was little, we used to run through these wilds, playing steward and imagining fierce battles with hideous beasts. Got the scolding of a lifetime when our parents found out. But when it really happened, when the sky turned red and the jungle spewed forth unspeakable horrors, I could do nothing but cower. Perhaps that's why I feel so guilty for not returning, for not doing more, even if it may never be enough. But this time, I will rise to the occasion. I never used to give much thought to those who walked these roads before me. Countless pilgrims who risked their lives for faith. Aware of the dangers ahead, they pressed on. So strong was their devotion, so sacred the tradition. 'Tis a perilous path you walk. So it is written, and so too our forebears must have felt when braving these jungles to reach what would become our beloved home. 'Tis up to me. That is both literally true, and regrettably in this exact moment, also untrue. You can mount up with them following you, yeah. And then dismount and they just appear. We already did that one, yeah. It's been a while. It's been... Yes, but we made it. I'm home, Mother, Father. Oh, da, 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 da. Here at Perusa, we may commune with the spirits of the departed. Neither Megina's nor my parents survived the final days. I told them about how you saved us and that we're doing well. I know they will rest easier for it. May the next time we visit to be deliver glad tidings from Palaka's stand. Though I was relieved to find the village in a better state than I had feared, it seems that there are still issues we might help address. Finding a steady source of income, for instance, so the stewards can be properly outfitted without overwhelming our weaver. I was also troubled to hear about those who continue to struggle without the support of a local community. There must be some way to provide respite. Yes, indeed. The question is what? Do you have any thoughts? Ask yourself, what would Tataru do? Never underestimate the power of a partnership. Yeah. Expand your horizons. Think big. Never underestimate the power of a partnership. Indeed. Mistress Tataru developed the boutique through close partnerships after all, and look how far it's come. Wait, that's it. If Palaka's stand were to enter into a partnership with the boutique, that might lead to great opportunities. I think you're onto something. If the boutique sold wares the village produced, for instance, our people would have a reliable revenue stream. But what can Palaka's stand offer, and to whom? How about amulets and talismans, or images of the deities? Okay, and so much like a Japanese Shinto shrine, right? Amulets, talismans, items that are supposed to bring good luck. Something simple, created with love for our homeland and our faith. so no one forgets or feels forgotten. God, you know, if I'm thinking about songs from Dear Evan Hansen, it's a bad place to be. I like that. Our temples were created in remembrance of our ancestors and divine teachings, but reminders needn't only take the form of great works. A small keepsake may be just what our scattered brethren need to reassure themselves that they are still members of the community. This could be the answer we were looking for. I can't wait to tell Mistress Tataru. Dear Evan Hansen, we've been way too out of touch. Something about parents? Oh god, it's been so long. Can't remember the song. Rather, I can't wait for you to tell Mistress Tataru, Megina. It was your idea, after all. Ha! A team effort, let us say. I certainly couldn't have come up with it without you and Elish. If our proposal is approved, Mistress Tataru will no doubt need assistance in Charlayan. I am ready and willing to provide it, but what of you, Heshtad? What will you do? I too will return to the boutique. One day I will come home to stay, but for now I wish to do all in my power to help our village thrive. I am relieved to hear you say so. Let us go and consult with the elder about our plan. I'm gonna try and finish out this quest, and then yeah, we're probably not going to do Demised After Dark tonight. I was lost in a fog, unable to find the path forward, but Megina's brilliant idea has given me the clarity I needed. For I now know what I must do for myself and for my people. If Elder Yurovid gives his blessing, all that's left is to present our proposal to Mistress Tataru. I hear you were kind enough to escort these children to Perusa. Again, you have my gratitude. Are your feelings any clearer for it? I think so. Megina and I talked it over, and we believe we have struck upon a new way the village might support our people. Tangible mementos of our faith. An interesting proposition. Many here would be glad to create such reminders. I expect those unable to perform strenuous labor would be especially grateful for an opportunity to contribute to the prosperity of our village, to say nothing of these options these additional funds would provide. But most importantly, we would be able to help those who have chosen to live apart from us feel that much more connected to their community and their faith. I am proud of you both for discovering such an innovative way to do so. It would likely mean Hashtad and I will stay in Charlayan for the foreseeable future. Then take with you the knowledge that no matter where your journey takes you, our hearts will always be as one. May the sisters guide you. We'll come back again, I promise. In the meantime, we shall see our plan to fruition. I will send word once we've determined the particulars. Right then. Charlayan awaits. To think those two were once mired in all-consuming sorrow. I can hardly recognize them now. I'm sure I have you and their Charlene benefactor to thank for their recovery. Please extend my warmest regards to this Mistress Tataru when next you meet. Even Barsharud likes our idea. Here's hoping Mistress Tataru does as well. Hellish. The necklace is back from the lapidary. He had nothing but fond memories of Mistress Tataru and was eager to pour his everything into the restoration. The result is magnificent. You hope Dawn Trail has better teleport prices? It should, since all the zones are in roughly the same area and not spread out like Endwalker. Fingers crossed. The original sapphire, accented with black pearl from the ruby sea and the rose shell of Wurlit, united by a length of mahi leather, a singular necklace symbolizing Mistress Tataru's past and present. By the sisters, what a remarkable gift! However, it wants for a finishing touch. Preferably by your hand, Elish. And after hearing about your visit to Palika's stand, I know just the thing. In short, we will be proposing a new line of products to help our people feel closer to their roots, yes? So, in honor of Mistress Tataru's roots, I would have you inscribe the symbol of Naldthal upon the back of the pendant. It would be an honor. Why am I the one doing the carving? Really feels like adding a signature at the end of a, happy birthday card. But okay. With painstaking effort and unwavering focus, you engrave the symbol of the traders onto Tataru's necklace. Any who behold it will surely know, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that this final flourish was the product of your heroic hand. Okay? I'm sure she will adore it. Our work is finally done. I've just received word from Mistress Tataru. She should be arriving in Scholar's Harbor soon. Let's go and meet her there. I wasn't expecting a personal escort from the docks, though I dare say I could grow accustomed to it. How was your time in Palika's stand? Did you find it worthwhile? I wonder if there's alternate text if you haven't unlocked Goldsmith. Very curious, yeah. I don't think so, though, right? Because the implication is that, you're using a chisel? So while they do have interest in our equipment, Matters of recovery are their greater concern at present. Recovery, yes, but also growth, which may lead to a lucrative opportunity for the boutique if you will permit me to suggest another new product. What if we offer handicrafts designed and produced by the people of Palakistan? Authentic works representative of Hainish culture. For those of us living abroad, reminders of home would do wonders to ease feelings of estrangement, and for others, such pieces could be appreciated as beautiful works of art. Hey, Raven. We're about to end stream, unfortunately, but I do appreciate you being here. Our village is up to the task. You will not be disappointed. Doubt not their conviction, Mistress Tataru. A product that embodies Thavnia's spiritual beauty to be shared with the whole world? Why, the boutique should offer nothing less. Yeah? It's been... The story here is actually really good. I think I'm just a little caught up in, I keep staring at the number of people in stream, which is a bad trait in general, but there's a number of outside characteristics that are also contributing to my moment right now. So it's the energy has been down, but I'm very happy to see you. Though we've made wonderful progress with our samples, I believe it's time for a change of pace. And handicrafts born from a heartfelt desire to celebrate one's culture is bound to resonate with others. Given her eagerness, I presume Megina intends to stay and help facilitate this new venture. But what about you, Hashtad? You felt the call to return to Thavnir rather more strongly, as I recall. Yes, well, after talking with everyone at home, I realized that living apart from them does not mean I must forsake my childhood dreams of service. I believe I can best serve my people by staying in Charlayan and continuing to work at the boutique, if you'll have me. With pleasure, Hashtag. Doesn't seem to be alternate text. I think the idea is that, like, I mean, to be fair, alternate text inside of the game is actually really weirdly hard to find for like current stuff. But Mistress Tataru, if it would not be untoward, we would like to present you with a small token of our appreciation for everything you've done for us. Not untoward at all. Rest assured that I graciously accept all offerings of praise and adoration, especially ones as fine as this. But how queer! This sapphire looks remarkably like the one my... Elish? Is this my mother's sapphire? Look! I put the symbol of Naldal on the back! Look! Praise me! I hope we haven't overstepped our bounds. No, it's perfect. I'm simply surprised is all. Never in my life did I imagine I'd see this jewel again. It was part of a family heirloom. When my mother was married, she received it from her mother. How her eyes sparkled when she spoke of one day giving it to me, I'll never forget. But when father's business failed, we lost everything, and that was the last I saw of it. Though your heirloom did not survive in its entirety, Master Pippin managed to recover the sapphire. From there, we collected parts from clients during sample deliveries and commissioned the necklace you now hold. Now that I think of it, Elish often did receive mysterious gifts on those visits, so that's what it was about. Time after time, I am reminded that a fortune in coin promises only a fraction of what a wealth of friendship provides. When my family lost its last gil, I became a lapidary's apprentice, and that's how I met a certain miner named Menfilia. We hit it off instantly, chatting every time she brought in gems for appraisal. And then one day, she came not with her usual haul, but an invitation to join the Path of the 12. The rest, as they say, is history. One serendipitous meeting that led to so many others, that led to so many incredible adventures. That saw a poor little girl reunited with a priceless memento. Our teachings say that there is more ugliness than beauty in this world. To live is to suffer. But we never need suffer alone. And what is more beautiful than the bonds we share with others? Indeed, it is these connections that give meaning to our lives. Oh, I just entirely forgot it. Connections for which I too am grateful, and thus compelled to advise that we return to the Agora. The counter remains unmanned, and we mustn't neglect our clients. Quite right, quite right. Back to... We've got new products to plan. No doubt we will be even busier in the days ahead, but if our village prospers, then it will all be worth it. Elish, on behalf of the entire boutique, allow me to thank you for all you have done. I'm ashamed to admit that in our excitement to prepare Mistress Tataru's surprise, Barsharud and I failed to prepare something for you. And that sounds like the cue for Mistress Tataru. Very soon, Elish here will no doubt embark on another journey to corners of the world unknown, as he is wont to do. So to wish you well in making new friends, and to remind you of those who will always hold you in their hearts, I have prepared bespoke chocobo barding, crafted with love by one Tataru Taru. Oh boy, barding for gallant. Bespokeabo? I dare say the boutique will be embarking on its own adventure in the coming days, and with true adventure invariably comes tribulation. But with your compassion, resourcefulness, and reliability, I have every confidence that we shall succeed in our respective endeavors. To ever higher returns of both coin and camaraderie. Oh, and don't think just because you're running off to the other side of the world that I don't intend to solicit your future involvement, Elish. You won't escape me that easily. Aww. Cute. And with the end of a cute story, I think we're gonna call the stream here. Don't have too much of an outro to say, so thanks, and we'll catch you around. Bye!